as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
Tes.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Tes guys. Halo guys. Kita kembali lagi. Anjay. Setiap hari gitu ya. Ini karena kemarin aku lihat ini ya, reply-nya aku pas nge-live. Mic-nya ini ya, kadang gema-gema, kadang ini juga. Tak coba ini, tak pakai yang mic. Tapi kelihatan sih perbedaannya ini ya dari suaranya, kayaknya ya, tapi juga nggak tahu aku. Suaranya gimana ya?
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
Kita cek nanti. Pakai mic ini. Tak coba lihat. Oh iya, lupa, bentar guys.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often.
Kita hari ini mau quest dulu lah. Dari kemarin nggak quest Tapi kalau quest terus juga kalah sama ininya ya. Terlalu kecepatan buat apa ya? Explore ya.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Tak masukin ini dulu. Tak masukin Discord-nya dulu. Biar pada ini ya.
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
Kok malah hilang anjir?
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Kayaknya tetap suaranya lebih gedean ini ya dari kemarin. Cuma gimana ya? Meredam suara yang di ini. Kayak apa ya? Kegedean atau gimana gitu loh. Oke, kita ekspor ini dulu lah. Daily dulu. Jadi suara aku pas hidupin rokok jadi ini ya. Biar nggak kelihatan anjir. Anjir, 43 dong. Apakah hari ini langsung bisa 45? Kayaknya Aku levelnya tak kasih ini aja dah. Ke 50 dulu lah. Nggak usah naik ke ini ya, 51 selebihnya ya. Oh iya. Ini ganti sukras.
I want to help. Let the show be. My apologies.
Bangke bener nih.
Stand clear.
Aman bang. Ini suaraku gimana bang? Kegedean atau gimana? Soalnya tak ganti mic soalnya ini.
A worthy opponent.
Karena kemarin ini kan. Enggak, maksudnya kekecilan atau gimana?
Let's dance.
Soalnya kemarin kan ini ya, pakai mic-nya dari headset. Sekarang ini apa? Terpisah mic-nya. Jadi kayak ini ya, dari bisingnya tetap keredam. Kayaknya ya. Lumayan itu kurang atau gimana? Ini masih bisa tak gedein sih. Masih bisa tak gedein. Oke. Cuma mic-nya aja sih. Untuk suara apa namanya? Gamenya nggak tak ini. Nggak tak setting yang kemarin. Healnya Barbara kok nggak ini ya? Nggak deres. Oh iya, Barbara ya.
Punishment. Collecting exquisite treasures. Yes, this seems suitably sophisticated. My apologies. Let the show begin. Take flight.
Sekarang udah lumayan nih kayaknya. Dari segi apanya ya? Ataknya udah 1000. Kemarin kan 100-200.
Judgment.
Karena artefaknya juga ya berarti ya.
I'll protect us. Absorption test.
Udah enak ini kayaknya. Dari kemarin ya. Udah mulai kerasa ini. Dari segi damage.
Let the show begin. Animal hypostasis. Judgment. Lights out. My apologies.
Udah selesai ya. Tak coba lawan bos sendiri lah. Pengen nyoba rasanya gimana.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing.
Halo Bang Maldim, halo halo. Kayaknya tadi main Genshin ya, aku lihat.
2308. Let's dance.
You can't run.
Yeah. Sakura swirl.
Judgment. Shiver.
Maybe this is
Anjir, langsung mati dong.
design.
Oh ya.
Whirling snow.
Anjir, tetap kerasa
Absorption test.
ini dong.
Take flight.
Anjir,
Stop.
tetap nggak kuat dong. Tak kirain kuat ya. Ganti. Nanti aja lah. Ya minimal 2 karakter lah yang di up artefak. Mungkin bisa kuat. Oh iya gitu ya. Soalnya ini juga kan dari apa ya? Si Rosanya juga senjatanya juga nggak di up. Barbara, Sucrose pun nggak ada senjatanya. Cuma talenta aja. Ini paling tinggi ya. Cara ngambilnya ke sana gimana? Harus ke sana kah? Udah mancing? Belum sih. Kalau mancing itu senjatanya apa sih, Bang? Buat siapa gitu loh maksudnya. Oh ya, quest story-nya yang si ini belum selesai. Nah ini. Biar kebuka ini quest archer-nya itu. Kalau mancing belum sih.
Takahito? Yeah, I've heard of the guy. Word is he did something monumentally stupid, then ran off before they could catch him. And to be completely honest,
Senjata the
I was a little
best.
surprised when I first
Buat
heard it.
sub DPS bisa pakai semua.
I mean,
Oh iya kah?
not that surprised.
Wait, you mean he already had a bad reputation?
No, not exactly.
Oh
He's
gitu ya.
just very
Halo Bang
ordinary in
Nuzul.
everything he
Halo.
does. Big and brash and always making a ruckus.
Lama nggak kelihatan nih Bang Nuzul?
So, on the one hand, he's a larger-than-life kind of guy. But on the other hand, he's emotionally volatile. When he's in a good mood, he's as high as a kite. But when he gets upset, he gets completely enraged. I don't personally see him as a bad guy. but
Sekarang lagi main
someone
Ayaka ya?
that
Iya.
gets all riled up and lose control.
Karena ini, karena baru punya DPS-nya dia kan?
I'm afraid that I'm not too sure myself.
Tapi ini kemungkinan bisa dapat nggak ya?
And as far as I can tell, he just idles the
Pas
days
ini
away.
apa?
When
Si
someone
Raiden.
asks for it, he's willing to lend a helping hand, but
Tapi red off ya, tapi.
he's just out making a scene with the kids on the street or his gang. If I had to guess, his lack of income finally drove him to do something more drastic to make ends meet.
Is it just Paimon, or is this Ito fellow starting to sound pretty weird?
I'm afraid that I don't have much else to tell you. He tends to spend his time with people a little more lively than myself. Perhaps you could try asking around some more.
Okay,
Kalau ibaratnya langsung dapat mah enak ya. Kalau hoki ya dapat. Lah iya makanya itu. Tapi nggak apa-apa dah. Besok gacha Raiden ya.
Arataki Ito?
Kalau misal kurang ya
Yeah, I heard of
apa?
How can you be so sure?
Tak coba top up ya.
Really as trustworthy as all that?
No, perhaps you misunderstand me. When I said he could never do anything dastardly, I meant he literally doesn't have what it takes. Maybe a story will explain it better. So, he used to
Tapi
sit around
kombonya
town
beda
with
lagi ya.
paper scissors and hide and seek
Bukan
with the kids on the streets.
Ayaka ya.
Kids being kids.
DPS-nya.
Exactly the most difficult to outsmart. I'm sure you can see what I'm getting at here. He used to lose all the time, sometimes catastrophically.
On purpose, though.
Ya, beda tim.
No, not at all. The one time I saw him win, he started jumping around and yelling, "I won! I finally won! I'm unbeatable!" And so on. Then he took the
Sekalian nyari-nyari
right there in front
apa?
of him.
Bintang 4 gitu loh.
Wrong.
Siapa tahu
Did take it way too
dapat
far
ini
that
kan.
time. The poor kid started
Kalau ada
crying.
bannernya
I
juga
stepped
tapi
in and gave Ito a scolding. He was pretty quick to admit that he was fully in
Tapi
the
kalau
wrong, and it wasn't
ini
long before
fokus
the
ke
kid
Ayakanya
was
dulu lah.
laughing and playing again as if nothing had ever happened. In fact, the children quite like playing with him because he's always serious about the stakes and never throws a game on purpose. So, I suppose what I'm trying to say is,
Kalau
is a
tim
guy
sekarang
who
masih
can
kesulitan
beat
solo.
kids at a children's game really gonna
Ya
be capable of these
masih
kinds of diabolical
sedikit
deeds?
kesulitan, tapi udah lumayan dari kemarin
He doesn't sound
ini
like
ya
a bad guy
dapat
at all. In fact,
siapa?
he sounds
Ayaka.
like a man of integrity.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. Still, the Tenryo Commission's evidence against him is supposed to be irrefutable. So, I'm not trying to condone his actions or anything. If he really has messed up big time, then he
Kazuha
should face
sama
the
Raiden.
consequences just like anyone else.
Kazuha itu angin ya?
Thanks for the info. We'll keep asking around.
Loh Kazuha kan bintang 5 bang. Iya kah?
Arataki Ito.
Tapi ini nunggu banner juga ya
We've
berarti.
been trying to apprehend him recently. We know he's already left Inazuma City, but with no clues to follow, we have no choice but to commission others for help, including the Adventurers Guild.
Catherine says that Arataki Ito hasn't done anything seriously bad.
Sekalian ini
So it seems pretty strange.
apa sekarang lagi nyoba yang pakai sound apa
Any evidence of all this stuff?
mic terpisah ya?
Yes,
Kayak
of
ini
course.
enggak
Otherwise,
terlalu
we'd never
gema-gema
put
atau
so many people on
suara
the case.
masuk.
For starters, most thieves will try to devise a way to conceal their identity.
Aku lihat reply-nya malah
are a dead giveaway.
ini.
I mean, the whole city
Ya
recognized
kalau
it was him.
ini kayaknya aman sih.
At
Karena ada
first, he was just
peredamnya ya.
one of our suspects.
Kemarin juga ada peredamnya, cuma
Personally confessed to everything
harus
he
benar-benar
started
dekat
trying to provoke the officers.
ke mulut
What's
anjir.
most frustrating is that he then managed to escape along with
Kayak
his
ibaratnya
entire gang.
kan
He must have
sambil
been planning the
ngeles
whole thing
ini kan
right from the start.
minum atau gimana pengerokok lah kedengeran gitu loh.
Of
Kalau ini kan
course,
bisa
whether material or
di ini,
psychological,
dijauhin.
there's plenty of evidence either way. He's never had a mora to his name his entire life, and he's never kept down a real job. Word
kalau
is
yang
that he also
ada
takes
sekarang
care
mungkin
of
bisa
someone in his
dimaksimalkan
gang,
dulu tim
and the
Ayakanya.
burden of it takes
Oke,
quite a
oke.
toll on him. After scrounging for a living all these years, maybe he thought that being the bad guy would be an easier ride. As for his psychological motives, it's a bit embarrassing to talk about, but we confiscated his vision during the Vision Hunt Decree. At the time,
Tapi kemarin ini tak lihat
It took a huge amount of manpower and
pas di
resources,
YouTube
and in
ini
the
ya,
end we had to enlist the help of
si
Fujo
siapa
Sara
itu
to finally
karakter
secure his vision.
bintang
Vision
4
Hunt
yang
was a
air
mistake, but we never
si
expected that he would go to such
siapa ya
extreme
lupa aku.
lengths to take revenge
Oh
on us.
Mona
He does sound a little unstable. Just like
daripada Barbara mending Monanya ya.
If the two of you are able to capture Arataki Ito, Please bring him straight
Oh,
here.
mana itu bintang 5 ya?
Handle him from there.
Wah, anjir.
Thanks for all the info. Too bad we still don't know where he could have run off to. We already got word on the street, so maybe it's time to talk to a real specialist.
Oh, mana itu bintang 5.
Jaime remembers that there's a detective agency here in Ina.
Karakternya lihat mana sih? Yang full gitu loh. Nah, ini. Ini bagus gak sih? Siapa ini? Chong Yun. Kande. Daripada ini maksudnya Rosa sama Chong Yun ini loh. Chong Yun bisa aja sih walaupun Ayakanya sendiri udah bisa Zero Fusion. Apa itu Zero Fusion, Bang? Maksudnya? Oh, pas ke attack normalnya ya. Pojok kiri atas logo Paimon. Apa itu? Logo Paimon. Jongyun susah lah bagi energi. Oh gitu ya. Berarti mending Rosanya aja ya. Bener. Nih. Senjatanya ini. Ngasih elemen curug attack. Oh iya ya. Ini juga ini tadi. Bentar. Cara ini gimana sih? Di sana ya. Pas ngecraft apa ya tadi? Yang buat senjata itu loh. Kan udah ada ini juga kan. Mana ya? Nah ini. Tadi mau ngecraft apa ya tadi? Yang elemental misteri ya? Atau apa itu tadi? Ternyata tak buat itu. Lestarinya udah bener kan? Barbara dulu baru Ayaka. Maksudnya gimana itu? Rotasinya. Iya, maksudnya ini kan ngasih air dulu baru Ayaka kan. Rosa bisa buff kritikal. Oh. Pasifnya dia, Rosa itu. Atau harus nyekil? Talenta ya. Bergerak lebih cepat, muncul di belakang musuh lalu menusuk dan menebas dengan mengakibatkan hero damage. Atau ultinya? Iya, soalnya Thales ngasih buff attack ke karakter yang switch setelahnya. Artinya setelah Barbara harus pakai Ayaka. Oh. Berarti ini dulu dong. Cara mainnya itu Rosa nge-skill ibaratnya, terus nurunin dev. pakai sucrose.
Mistakes over and over again.
Gua kan pernah bilang dulu kalau mau lihat semua karakter itu menu dulu, arsip karakter, tuh lihat semua menu. Menu apa bang? Ini karakter ini. Loh. Oh ini arsip karakter ini. Oh, iya iya iya. Nah ini kemarin nih yang kulihat apa? Yang skillnya ninju ya dia. Lah nggak tahu bang, nggak pernah ini apa? Lihat-lihat kayak gitu. Nah itu kalau itu tahu bang, bintang 5 bintang 4 tahu aku, paham kalau itu. Lihat di YouTube, buat karakter bang, jangan boros material. Oh, material apa itu maksudnya? Buat ngap-ngapnya kah? Kalau untuk patokan mau milih cara apa kan bisa lihat dari situ. Oh iya iya iya. Tapi kalau ini sih, kalau emang bener-bener belum dapat karakternya, nggak tahu ininya, cara mainnya juga gimana, harus gimana gitu loh. Berarti ibaratnya ini kombonya berarti ini ya. Rosa dulu, dia ngebuff critical. Terus masuk ke Sucrose. Dia terus ini apa? Nurunin apa kemarin? Yang dev ya, nurunin dev. Terus Barbara ibaratnya ngasih air ya, langsung masuk ke ayakannya. Anjir kok serai? Pergi ke serai Island dan ambil foto.
A blade embraces its
Maksudnya ambil foto. Ya emang butuh proses buat belajar komposisi tim, apalagi sekarang makin banyak karakter. Iya iya. Jangan kan komposisi tim, elemental reaction juga butuh proses buat paham. Iya ya bang. Gambar di beberapa tempat di Israel entah bagaimana ini bisa terkubur. Nah, ini di mana ini? Gini gitu ya? Atau gimana? Tadi gimana sih? Enggak tadi. Gambar dari beberapa tempat di Israel entah bagaimana gambar ini sampai terkubur di sini. Anjir gimana sih? Kok nggak paham ya? Kamu menemukan foto aneh di Serai Island. Setelah bertanya-tanya di Inazuma City, kamu menarik perhatian Tuan Oda Torao dan dia meminta padamu untuk pergi ke Island untuk mengambil beberapa foto. Foto, berarti pakai foto gitu ya, kamera ya? Itu kah? Anjir disuruh foto. Mana ini? Ini di gunung. Belum selesai. Lah iya belum selesai. Ini maksudnya cuma disuruh foto kan? Nih. Nantilah. Gini maksudnya. Anjir malah.
Whirling snow. Stand clear. You can't run. My apologies.
Kemana cuy? Gue lagi pusing nyari primo untuk senjata Navia. Anjir. Mana tadi? Kayaknya tadi ini kan? Nah ini. Ya ini kan? Dapat satu nih. Disuruh foto. Iya kan? Pergi ke serai terus ambil foto. Nggak ke sini. Ngumpul lah anjir.
Judgment. Punishment.
I'll protect us.
Embrace the ice.
Lah iya kan? Nih. Mana tadi? Oh iya, ini tas ya. Bunga-bunga. Ini bener loh. Nggak bisa. Oh, lebih maju lagi. Di sini. Kejauhan gimana loh? Bener kan? Oh, oke. Bentar. Satu ini ya. Ini di mana itu? Kayaknya tadi udah ke sini ya. Sini kayaknya. Itu. Dari kanan. Iya kan ini Tan? Emang iya ya? Terus arahnya kemana berarti? Sana ya? Gak bisa. Kurang dekat kah?
Let the show begin.
Benda tempat apanya?
Finally, no.
Collecting rare and
Ini bener kan? Loh itu.
Yes, this seems suitably sophisticated.
Loh. Bener ini. Masa beda tempat? Bener gak sih?
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more.
Anjir, tempat
How greedy of me.
Serai Island.
A blade
Langsung ini aja lah.
duty. As a jeweler
Cek
cherishes my gems.
cek di YouTube dong. Lamaan anjir. Di pertengahan batu. Oh, yang ini ya? Di sini ya? Nggak bisa.
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
Di pojok dekat Oke. Siapa ini? Halo, halo. Bentar bang, baru quest. Oh, salah ini ya. Oh, salah moto tadi. Gimana ini? Anjir. Oh,
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little.
tadi dia kesini ya? Kok nggak bisa loh? Udah bener padahal.
My apologies. Shiver.
Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test 63. Let's dance.
Unthinkable.
Oke. Satunya di pojok yang ada ininya. Mana itu? Oke, akhirnya bisa. Tapi lihat tutor dong. Biar quest archernya keluar ya, anjir. YouTube cara ninja. Lama bagaimana lagi, Bang? Belum hafal ininya kan, belum hafal mapnya. Jadi susah aja. No kan dapat equipment ya. Lumayan kan? Berarti ini udah selesai berarti. Loh. Anjir. Biar quest archernya ini ya, kebuka harus pakai ini ya. Bikin lama ya. Soalnya ini quest archernya yang di Chams. Sang sibuk. Maksudnya gimana? Astaga. Quest atap Braka. Apa itu?
Hello, we'd like to ask some questions about Arataki Ito.
Oh, ini udah ke ini ya?
Sure. I have answers. We've already done some investigating for the Tenryo
Nah, ini
Commission.
mau ini kan.
But first,
Questnya ini
do you have enough
buka
Arataki?
apa itu?
I've heard
Quest
about your
Archon
travels.
yang di
After
Chams.
everything you've been through, I'm sure you understand the way these sorts of things work.
How much more are we talking about here?
A one-off payment of 397,000 mora up front, plus a further 5% of your Adventurers Guild remuneration as my commission, if Arataki Ito is successfully caught and brought to justice.
Whoa, that's crazy expensive! How did you even come up with the price that high?
Hold on, I wasn't finished. It just so happens the initial fee has already been paid in full by the Tenryo Commission. All you'll need to pay is the small commission fee. And, as for that amount, I'll settle things with the Adventurers Guild once we have Ito. So, from the way I see it,
Maksudnya ini
you guys
kan
are
biar
getting a
bisa
nice deal.
quest archernya tuh satu terus satu jalur gitu loh.
In this case, we must first recount a well-known Inazuman fairy tale. A long, long time ago, in a village lost to time, there lived a crimson oni and a blue oni. They were the best of friends. The crimson oni looked fierce, but was gentle like the humans. The blue oni looked human, but was reclusive, like an oni. The crimson oni wished to befriend the humans, but they were scared and threw beans at him whenever he came near. So the blue oni said to the crimson oni,
Akka, I'll cause trouble in the village. You come and stop me. Then the humans will accept you.
as planned, the crimson oni chased the blue oni away. The crimson oni's deeds spread throughout the land, and people finally accepted him. But when the crimson oni went to tell the blue oni the good news, he was gone and left only a letter behind.
I went traveling. Don't come find me or they'll treat you as a naughty little Oni. But don't worry about me. No matter where I go, we'll always be friends.
That's it? What about the little blue pony? Whatever happened to him?
I suppose the blue oni simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Only the crimson oni remain now.
What? The blue pony was just an innocent little kid!
Of course it does. Otherwise, I wouldn't go through all the trouble of telling it. One interpretation is that the story is actually broadly based on historical events and that Arataki Ito is, in fact, a descendant of the Crimson Oni. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Oni have sacrificed a lot in the past in order to finally integrate themselves into human society. But there are still some volatile personality traits in the Oni bloodline.
Every generation of Oni inherits these traits. So while Arataki Ito has never been known to commit a wrongful act in the past, can we ever completely rule out the possibility of him one day allowing this side of him to take over?
But how could he do that? After the Blue Oni's sacrifice? That would be such a betrayal.
That's a very old story. Nobody knows how long it's been since the Blue Oni disappeared. We can only assume that they have long since died out, in which case, it would be quite a stretch to say it still counts as a betrayal at this point. Besides, the suspect has already confessed. What is there left to discuss? According to my investigation, he was headed southwest. I would bet he's already made it to Yashiori Island by now. The Tenryou Commission is unable to enter territory controlled by Sangonomiya troops. No doubt that's the reason Arataki Ito chose to flee in that direction. Don't mention it. I'm just doing my duty.
Wait, Hyman still has a question. If Arataki Ito has given into his bad side, won't that mean he's extra mean and violent now?
I could
Arataki
only assume
Ito.
so. Judging from his previous bouts, he is a skilled fighter with a lot of brute strength. Whether or not you'll be able to handle him, that I do not know.
Okay, but what's up with people throwing beans at Oni? What use is that?
Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that Arataki Ito is allergic to beans. In fact, all Oni will avoid beans, but especially Ito. I heard that just touching a bean is enough to incapacitate him. If you could weaken him a bit by triggering his allergies, perhaps you'd have better luck subduing him.
Right! Knowing our target's weakness will make things a whole lot easier.
It just so happens that I have a bag of beans right here. I was planning to use them to make some porridge, but I think you will find a better use for them. Of course, I will charge the Adventurers Guild a fair and reasonable rate for the beans.
Sneaky! But also, thanks! Let's head to Yashiori Island and start looking for Ito.
Loh, belum selesai.
Welcome to Bonton Saga Detective. What will you have me solve?
Please speak to President Song.
Gunakan Ominet untuk menangkap hewan kecil. Apa itu?
How can I improve my cookies?
Please speak to President Song. I'm just ahead.
Maksudnya gimana sih, anjir? Gunakan Omi untuk Sanggo mengatakan bahwa temannya ingin modifikasi Ubinet. Hold arah bintang kecil. Bintang kecil apa itu maksudnya? Ini kah? Bintang kecil apanya, Bang? Bintang kecil. Pas malam kah? Nggak bisa? Oh, itu skill E-nya itu toh. Kok lama? Oh. Anjir. Nah, carinya di mana? Kalau kupu-kupu di ini berarti ya. Biasanya di dekat sini ada sih. Aku nggak ada. Biasanya dekat patung ini ada ini ya.
Take flight.
Oh.
My apologies.
Anjir, disuruh muter-muter dong. Beratnya nangkap ini ya. Kok nggak jalan questnya?
Come with me. Let us find shelter from the rain.
Oh, ini bos. Bawah ini. Gunakan alarm balistik untuk melacak jejak.
Catherine mentioned that he... Look, footprints! Let's see where they lead. There's a camp here, but nothing stands out as particularly noteworthy. Let's keep moving forward. There are more footprints here. He should be just up ahead. Wait, could that be him? Is that Arataki Ito? He doesn't seem to be looking this way. Perfect. Let's try the beans Detective Sango gave us. It'll save a lot of hassle if we can avoid a fight.
Tekan E untuk mengarahkan melempar kacang. Oh. Anjir. Gak kena. Gimana sih? Bangke. Malah. Loh.
Are you okay? What should we do? Paimon didn't think he'd react this badly.
Don't be alarmed. It's just my my allergies acting up. I've got it under control.
Anjir mukanya sangar kayak gitu, Cuk.
Just gotta tough it out. I can take it. I can take it. Who am I kidding? I gotta catch my breath here. Whatever it is you want, it's gonna have to wait. I need a moment. Need a moment. Hey, why'd you have to be so mean, huh? Surprise attacking me like that. Oh, I get it. So you're here to bring me in. How in the world did you find me all the way out here? Well, whatever. If you think I'm going back with you, you can forget it. I'd walk away if I were you. I pack a mean punch, you know. I don't want to hurt any regular folks like you.
That's pretty big talk considering all the beans we have.
Yep, that's right. Me. All by myself. Nobody else. As boss of the Arataki gang, I gotta nab a little food and drink when we're running low. That's only natural, right?
Yeah, but nabbing people? That's taking it a bit far, don't you think?
Not when their families will pay good mora to see them again. Easy pickings. And the extra mora means I can, give some to my gang to spend on themselves. Hey, what's with all the questions? Like I said, I'm not going back with you, so stop wasting everybody's time.
No way, mister! We've accepted a commission to bring you back!
What did you say, little one? Go on. Say it to my face.
Well, mostly he took a commission to bring you back.
Look Looks like you aren't gonna let this drop. In that case, we...
Uncle Ito!
Don't run now. Careful or you'll fall.
What's taking you so long? You said we were gonna have a beetle fight today. Come on, you promised.
Yeah, that's right. Still going ahead. But you see, I've been out here for ages, and I still can't find a beetle that I like. So, just give Uncle Ito a little more time, okay?
Huh? Who are they? Are they your friends?
Yeah, that's right. I told them not to come, but what can I say? They were just too worried about me. It's because of a little thing called, prestige. Yeah, because of all the prestige Uncle Ito has.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Come on, just play along. Leave the kid to this.
Uncle Ito, you don't look so good. You look like you're about to fall over.
That's because Uncle Ito bumped his noggin on a tree branch while looking for a beetle. Uh-oh. It's all good, though. These horns are rock solid.
Okay, if you say so. Granny and I will keep heading back now. Don't be...
Yep, I'll be right there. Hope you're ready to lose today.
Who were those people?
The old lady was Granny Oni. She's the one who took me in and raised me. And the kid's name is Daisuke. I took him in just a while back. They're both like family to me. They escaped with me out this way, along with my boys from the Arataki gang. If I didn't bring them with me, the Tenryo Commission would be knocking on their doors for sure.
Right. But if you care about them so much, then you shouldn't have done all that stuff that made them worry about you in the first place.
Listen, how about we make a deal? You two let me go wrap things up with Daisuke, and once we're done battling beetles, the two of us will settle things with a duel. If you win, I'll come quietly. You can take me back to Inazuma City, and you won't hear a peep out of me. Why? Because I'm an Oni of my word. I'll just tell little Daisuke that my friends and I need to step outside for a moment. That way you won't worry. Cool?
What should we do? There is the kid to consider.
Oh, it's on! I like your style. Alright, but first things first. I need to find an Oni Kabuto to battle with. I've been looking here for ages and haven't found myself a winner yet, so it's time to try somewhere else. Come with me. Saves you worrying that I might skedaddle.
Disuruh beradu kumbang dong.
By the way, Haiman's curious. What kind of game is beetle fighting?
You guys have seen Oni Kabuto out in the wild, right? Even though they might look menacing on the outside, they're big softies on the inside. But let me tell ya, once the Oni Kabuto start fighting, they won't let anything.
Apakah akan 6 jam lagi? Ya, sengantuknya aja sih, Mas. Kemarin kan juga ini, apa? Belum ngantuk kan, jadi bisa lama kemarin.
At least 800. I may have even crossed the 1,000 mark by this point. Anyway, after a while, you can tell a beetle's fighting potential just by looking at its shape, size, and
Biar ini juga loh. Biar apa?
Oh no, your Oni Kabuto's got to be in the right headspace.
Biar cepat ininya. Tahu caranya gitu juga. Ini malming kagak ada tamu, Mas. Nah, itu nggak tahu itu. Soalnya tamunya kadang dadakan.
We're not the ones that will be playing. We're just here to keep an eye on you.
Oh, yeah.
Tapi kayaknya enggak sih.
You two might think I'm just tooting my own horns here, but just you wait. I'll make you a
Malming adalah waktunya untuk jalan-jalan. Ya enggak lah, Bang. Malming itu waktunya cari duit, ya kan? Apa itu jalan-jalan? Cari duit dulu lah, baru jalan-jalan. Wis.
So he's not the sharpest horn on the Oni.
Okay, let me me see.
Soalnya ini Desember kan?
That hill. I'll bet my bottom moral we're gonna find some major league Oni Kabuto.
Ya jalan-jalan nyari kerjaan bang. Anjir. Malam ini adalah waktunya buat jajan. Jajan apaan tuh bang?
Lightning storm!
Jalan-jalan di tempat.
Oh, darn it, they're all gone. Let's hop down from here and take a look. I've got to look, you see all those purple things? It's a whole pile of Oni Kabuto. Now that's what I'm talking about. Huh? Oh, what the? Ah, no, not lavender melons.
Oh cara kumbang yang ungu itu.
Well,
Jajan di Yoyo mas. Waduh.
take from time to time.
Bahaya itu.
It's okay, just gotta roll with the punches. Let's try somewhere else.
Bahaya kalau ke situ mas.
This is the one. This is the one. See? As long as you're in my company, you're guaranteed to find yourself an Onikabu.
Jajan agak lain itu.
Yeah, it's on the smaller side.
Ini ya.
But size isn't everything in a piece.
300 cukup lah.
Just let the expert explain, okay? What smaller beetles lack in strength, they make up for in agility.
Tahu aku lah.
Sick moves just ready to whip out.
Jajannya bapak-bapak. Ya, anjir. Wah berarti ini Mas Dava udah bapak-bapak ini berarti.
Until it's in the ring. It might look a bit young and docile,
Malah
but that's
jajan
got its
orang.
advantages. Have you ever heard the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover"? Young beetles that have never fought before always go all out in their first fight. Older beetles that have already been through the wars tend to just cower in the corner the moment they see a strong opponent. Hey, didn't I say not to worry? Come on, just have a little faith, would ya? My experience is telling me that
Nah ini semoga aja nggak ada tamu dadakan ya kan?
Right here! Look what Paimon found! If we're gonna battle some beetles, then Paimon wants in! It's not like we have anything else to do. When you hop down, Paimon...
Temanku diajakin Pak RT ke situ malahan. Anjir.
Ito, big and strong and looks like a real fighter! It matches everything you said about a good fighter, beetle!
Jajannya ini ya. Jajan enak ya bang.
Wait, bigger.
Oh, you got some experience catching beetles too, huh?
Nope, this is the first one Paimon's ever caught.
Well, looks like you got a real knack for this. You'll be a fellow beetle fighting expert in...
Pak RT mantau kaki.
I mean, not as good as me, but still.
Oh, so overall not that good then.
Soalnya juga ini bang.
Great. With both your beetle and mine,
Desember
tell this
kerjaan gua ini
this time, I'm gonna win for sure.
full apa ya? Full lembur-lembur ya.
Man, there are so many people in this world who are talented, passionate, but it's no guarantee.
Liburan sekolah juga kan?
Unrelated things
Liburan sekolah,
once in just the right way to make
Natal, tahun baru.
There's this word that really sums it up nicely, actually. It's coincidence.
As in pure luck? Huh.
Terus
It makes no
ini
difference
juga
whether Paimon's beetle or not then.
diselingin nge-live kan?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Pekerja keras ini sana.
Not do anything rash here.
Lagi
I think both of these
apa? Bahasa Jawanya lagi babat alas.
Hang on to them and give them both a try. A true warrior never leaves a good beetle behind. Anyway, time to head back and get this show started. Man, I am psyched for this. Woo! Let's go!
Mas, tahun apa yang panas? Apa itu? Anjir mah tebak-tebakan dong. Apa itu bang? Nggak tahu, nggak tahu. Tahun politik. Ketahuan. Oh iya, ini tahun politik ya.
You're back. Can we start our beetle fight now?
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. But you better watch out. I brought
Coblos menyoblos ya kan?
this time.
Biasanya ini ya, Pak RT muter-muter cari KTP ya.
Stripey ghost.
I've got this fight in the bag. Let's go, Nimble Ninja.
Huh? When did you come up with that name?
Come on, you can take him, little guy.
That's right. Finish it.
Malah mainan kumbang dong ini anjir. Tapi mantaunya ke Oyo.
Oh, no! My little Nimble Ninja!
Oke, siap Mas. Terima kasih sudah mampir.
Again.
Dang it! Ugh, it's my 7th loss in a row.
Stripey Ghost is invincible. Even Uncle Ito can't beat him.
I won't forget this. I'll beat you next time.
Malah
I
disuruh
swear.
tebak-tebakan dong anjir.
All right, Paimon, you're up. Time to give Crimson Cyclone a shot. Maybe it'll end this losing streak of mine.
All right, go get him, Crimson Cyclone!
Whoa! That one looks ultra strong. But it's still no match for you, Stripey.
All right, little guy, use your Super Paimon Tornado!
No, I can't believe it.
Yay! We won! Ha! Paimon knew Crimson Cyclone would be the best!
Boy, did that one put up a fight. Woo! It wiped the floor with Stripey Ghost. I know a real beetle trainer when I see one. Way to kick some beetle butt, partner.
See? Paimon's got real talent! Of course, Crimson Cyclone has to take some of the credit too. Oh, right. Yeah, now that the beetle fighting's over and all.
Hmm?
This is for you, Daisuke.
Huh? For me? You're really giving it to me?
Go ahead, take it, Daisuke. When we finally get back to the city, you can show it off to all your friends.
But will we ever be able to go back?
Of course we will. Trust me. I never go back on my word. Anyway, I got some things I gotta discuss with my friends here. Go play with Granny for a while, would ya? There's a good boy.
Good. The kid doesn't suspect a thing.
You're from the Tenryou Commission, aren't you? I bet you're here to capture Uncle Ito.
Ketika lagi jalan-jalan malah lihat
Hey, didn't I tell ya?
malah lihat orang lagi pacaran gue. Apaan ya kayak mereka? Bal-balan itu kan? Oh iya. Gue kan punya pacar di dua anjir. Anjir waifu dong. Weh, waifu.
Hey,
waifu.
some things we don't tell to outsiders, remember? How should I explain? I'm a real lousy player.
Ito, sometimes you need to just say what you have to say. Don't worry about us.
I guess. Thanks, Granny. Seems I can't hide it anymore. Come with me. I'll explain everything.
Ngapain jalan-jalan, Bang?
I'll be
Bikin
honest, this thing the Tenryou Commission
apa?
is investigating.
Bikin duit boros anjir.
Going around taking people and their possessions. It wasn't me.
Gua sebulan ini
I have my own reasons
berapa
for
kali ya?
and I really didn't want to get innocent people caught up in this while I'm
Hampir
still trying to solve the
sepuluhan lah, sepuluhan
And the same
jalan-jalan
is
ya anjir.
I just want to avoid conflict at all costs. But it's just not worth it if someone gets hurt.
So why in the world would you say that you were the culprit?
Jangan boros-boros,
Maybe
Bang.
you don't know because you're Outlanders, but it
Tapi
all
kalau
started a long,
jalan-jalan
long time ago.
ini ya,
The story of the Crimson Oni and the Blue Oni.
Hold on a second.
anjay.
Fairy tale. We've heard that one already.
Oh, so you already know. Well,
Ini kah?
that makes things
Red
a
on
whole
kah?
lot easier.
So, is the story from the fairy tale really true?
Biar ini apa bisa bawa pulang senjatanya. Emang red on ya?
But the other details aren't historically accurate. Fairy tales are nice stories, but there's something they leave out. It's a little thing called the cold, hard truth. The Inazuma of long ago was a dangerous place. If you wanted the Raiden Shogun's protection, you had to have a good relationship with the humans. The Oni are a proud kind, so it wasn't easy for them to ask
Pacar
others
gua
for acceptance.
tidur beberapa menit kemudian udah muter-muter di fonten. Anjay.
The Crimson Oni were friendly with the humans, but the Blue Oni
Senjata nggak ada red on red off. Loh. Oh, kalau senjata nggak ada itu.
Thought you were two
Nggak ada red on red off.
species. So really, you're all one.
Lah terus gimana itu?
Yep, that's right. There's no real difference between us. We just
Jadi
paint our horns different colors to show which side we
PT
belong to.
pasti dapat senjatanya yang kita pilih atau gimana?
Because humans were still wary of Oni at the time. The Crimson Oni always hoped to find a way to live in peace with the humans. But the Blue humans didn't see a difference between Crimson and Blue Oni. If things were to continue that way, the Oni were never gonna get along with humans. And so, the most revered leaders of the Crimson and Blue Oni
Nah berarti kalau
decided to resolve it once
emang langsung
and for all.
dapat ya
Over
ini
drinks,
buat gajah senjatanya aja ya
Blue
berarti
Oni
ya
would play the role of evil
buat senjatanya Ayaka.
Crimson Oni integrate into human society.
Kalau memang nggak ada red on red off.
Two conditions.
What were they?
First, the Oni must abandon any prejudice they held against humanity. Every Oni was to accept humans in their heart before the humans accepted them. Oni were not to use their strength to mistreat humans, but were also not to stand for mistreatment against themselves. Second, the Crimson Oni
Ya
were
kayak
to integrate
kayak
into human society.
gacha kayak aku
Not
kemarin.
trying to please the humans.
Zarsik Ayaya malah
Embrace
dapat
their own honest characters, their surging tempers, and their awesome strength to win respect from the humans.
Oh,
In other words, they were to
berarti
carry on
ini
the
ya
bloodline while also protecting our Oni pride.
bisa dapat salah satunya senjatanya itu atau gimana?
Blue Oni began to dwindle, until
Bender
eventually
senjata ada
they
fitur
disappeared altogether.
Optoris part kepastian. Artinya lu gacha di bender senjata terus lu dapat senjata yang sudah dikunci di fitur itu.
Not once did I ever imagine that the Blue Oni clan had actually survived.
Oh, lah tapi kan itu ini bang,
Real culprit was a descendant?
kan ada pas ke fitur itu 0/2 ya. Berarti
Most people don't
3
pay attention to the
kali
color of an Oni's horns.
ini dong,
Probably
3
don't know
kali
that Blue Oni exist.
kayak emas gitu, yang butuh bintang 5.
The scene of the crime, they saw an Oni
Mah
with
banyak
cooler
dong.
horns than mine.
Malah nggak ada
It'd be strange
red
to
on red
recall
off-nya.
that I really was a descendant of the Blue Oni. I can't bring myself to accept it. Exactly. They would give up their life before abandoning their pride. I've always respected the Blue Oni for the sacrifice they made. And I know the aspirations my ancestors had for the future of all Oni. Our pride does not allow for any wrongdoing. You don't steal from other people. You don't harm other people, period. My guess is that the Blue Oni was tricked or forced into it somehow. But that's right. If I didn't step in, the Tenryou Commission would have definitely caught them by now.
But what does Daisuke have to do with any of this? He said that you saved him so he knows your story, right?
He was the one I managed to save from the Ronin after I sent them running from the scene.
Makanya
He was off playing
ketika lu gacha dan mendapatkan emas tapi nggak sesuai dengan yang dikunci, maka dapat poin. Kalau poinnya sudah kekumpul 2/2, maka lu pasti gacha lagi sampai emas, maka dapat pasti senjata itu. Lah iya, berarti malah sulit ini ya, sulit gacha senjata ya daripada karakter.
There's a dangerous group behind everything that's been going on. I didn't want to get anyone else caught up in this mess.
Dan itu pun ini juga nggak, Bang. Kayak misal ini sekarang aku gacha senjata ya, terus dia udah 2/2, terus aku nggak gacha lagi, ngambil apa senjatanya, misal mau senjatanya besok Raiden ibaratnya itu 2/2-nya hilang atau tetap ini sama.
pursuit of truth and justice, man. We are gonna get along just great. Well, I should tell you
Oh.
though, things could get a little dangerous, so
Ya berarti malah ini ya.
get ready for anything.
Gacha senjata lebih susah ya.
Don't say that I didn't warn you.
Don't worry about us. We're seasoned adventurers.
All right, then our first job is to investigate where this blue Oni is hiding out. There's a victim of his that saw him up close, currently taking refuge at Sangonomiya's camp. I figure we can start by talking to him.
Lihat-lihat dulu lah, bentar. Ada ininya nggak sih? Rinciannya? Makanya banner senjata itu cuma untuk player yang punya keberanian lebih, oke lebih. Oh iya ya. Habis banner reset bang kalau senjata, tapi PT masih dihitung. Oh, oke. Berarti enggak ini ya? Berarti tetap lebih susah cari senjatanya ya. Bener-bener harus nyiapin gitu loh.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time. A
Berarti ya udah, berarti karakternya dulu aja ya berarti ya. Gacha karakter dulu. Senjatanya nantilah kalau udah emang bener-bener nggak ini.
Yo, you must be
Tak kira sama ya. Kayak itu, kayak karakter Red on Red off.
Oh no, not another one.
Oh, yeah. Not the one that robbed you, though, so, chill. I contacted you before, remember? I need your help.
Oh,
Misal nih kalau beneran 2/2 dan dapat emasnya di 70-80. Lu butuh kira-kira 30 laka lebih primo. Iya, paham.
It's not the first time that's happened to me. Usually you just hand over some mora and they'll leave you alone. At least you don't lose your goods that way. But this
Berarti
time,
kayak ini ya, kayak
they weren't willing to
sultan-sultan itu
Instead,
yang di
took my things and they
refine
started coming for me.
sampai kelima ngeri ya berarti gacanya ya berarti.
I got down on my knees and begged. Said I had a family to care for. And
Itu
that my
juga
business is our
oke-okean
only
juga.
livelihood. Then I saw that there was an Oni among the group. I thought he was
Anjir.
gonna be the one to finish me off. But instead, he stopped the others and told them to let me go. Yeah, that got them all arguing with each other. His cohort said that I was sure to retaliate if they released me. But the young Oni was insistent that they shouldn't lay a finger on me. Things got real heated. I thought they were gonna come to blows. Luckily, they let me escape with my life in the end. And I scrambled to get myself here, where I'd be safe. I never want to set foot outside of here again.
So he'll steal, but he won't harm people. Seems he has some sort of standards. Did he say why they were robbing you?
Surely it was Mora, right?
Berarti ini senjatanya Ayaka berarti dibuat refine sampai 5 aja ya
I
berarti.
can't say for sure. It's not like I asked.
Nyari-nyari
What I did hear
batu
them say
sama
was, the goods
senjatanya
are worth
itu.
more than the merchant's life, or something like that.
That idiot Oni.
Sambil ini kan, sambil
After they robbed you.
gacha karakter biar ini. Pokoknya primonya itu buat gacha karakternya dulu gitu loh.
You weren't gonna go after them, are you? Seriously, I'd advise against it. There are too many of them, and they're all heavily armed.
Don't worry. It's just a bunch of no-name scumbags. I got a whole laundry list of scores to settle with them. If these two islands are where they tend
Aku habis gacha 230 untuk Navia, pulang sama senjatanya ya. Agak nyesek. Sniper gak pulang buat Benny handling. Apa itu? Buat Benny caching. Pertanyaanku adalah, lu berani nggak untuk gacha senjata? Bukan masalah berani enggaknya sih bang. Apa ya? Aku ini mau gacha karakter ya. Biar aku tahu karakter apa yang cocok dengan aku yang main gitu loh ibaratnya. Cara mainku itu kayak gimana dulu gitu. Kalau ibaratnya udah kayak udah enak lah, nah itu baru senjata. Lah iya. Ya gitu maksudnya bang. Oh ini pedang besar. Giu ya tapi ya.
Looks like you fellas aren't going down without a fight. Fine by me. Let's fight first, talk later.
To the berry.
Let's roll.
My lucky day. My blade. There's more.
Oh, you're coming through.
Apa ini?
There's more. How's this?
Oh, ganti senjata kritikal ya. Kalau Sig Ayaya bisa dipakai semua karakter rata-rata. Oh, maksud ketika lu sudah tahu info tentang banner senjata, lu berani gacha senjatanya. Nggak kalau caranya sudah dapat. Ya berani aja sih bang. Soalnya juga tetap apa ya? Senjatanya bintang 5 kan pasti ada efeknya yang berbeda ya. Ibaratnya buat naikin damage-nya lebih gede, ibaratnya gitu kan.
No, you're wrong. I never knew the Blue Oni had survived to this day. And the moment I found out, I was determined that I would find you. Since you remember the pact between our two factions, I assume you also remember the pride we share as Oni. So my question is, how could a proud Oni like yourself go and abuse the weak and plunder the innocent? Why break the oath that our kind swore all those years ago? Huh? What's so funny?
Who are you to talk about pride and oaths with me? The Blue Oni gave up everything, just so the Crimson Oni could live peacefully in human society. But let me ask you, Arataki Ito, what exactly do you contribute to human society? You're a blundering fool who can't hold down a real job.
Tapi kayaknya aku kemarin ya lihat senjata Ayaka itu bukan yang itu Tak lihat-lihat.
You're a disgrace to the Oni kind.
Hey, come on. None of that stuff's a
Tapi
big
itu
deal.
bukan ya?
I mean, you're really hanging me out to dry.
Aku lihat di YouTube kemarin senjatanya bukan itu ya.
Care what other people think.
Tapi nggak tahu deh.
Just do whatever you want. It's not like anyone can stop you.
Atau mungkin ini ya.
Do you have any
Dia nggak punya senjatanya atau gimana ya? Nggak tahu. Cuma lihat apa short itu loh. Kombo-kombonya Ayaka.
We severed all contact with it.
And since then, we've had no place to live, no stable source of food. No
Ya kan orang-orang bebas mau pakai senjata
medicine,
apa. Oh,
Besides the oath we swore to uphold in our so-called Oni pride, we had.
oh iya ya, itu sebabnya saya tak ragu
So
gacha senjata
that's why you joined a band of thieves?
senjat
That's right.
lumayan bisa dipakai
Why
karakter
should I
lain.
accept that life?
Oh iya iya oke
Fast
oke.
to a worthless oath supposed to help me provide for my family and friends. I've abandoned our Oni pride. It's meaningless. I want to live.
Oh
I've
gitu
given
ya.
everything that I've
Belum
stolen
tentu
from humans
gacha
to
senjata ya.
What I've taken will at least keep them from starving and ease their pain. That's what matters most to me.
Yeah, and besides, the Blue Oni sacrificed themselves so that Oni could be accepted as part of human society. If people see Oni causing trouble again, then that'll defeat the whole purpose of the sacrifice you made.
You make a good point. But our
Tapi pasti
Arataki
tetap
Ito's the one
besok
who needs to get that into
gacha
his
senjata
skull.
sih bang. Masa ya nggak ada.
The Blue Oni are the bad guys, so we're expected to do bad things.
Saya
Actions
yang
will
pakai
tarnish the
senjata
reputation of the Crimson Oni.
bintang 1 aja biasa
Unless, of
aja bang.
course, this bonehead
Maksudnya
decides
biasa
it's
aja
a great
gimana?
idea to take all the blame for himself, completely destroying the trust between humans and the Crimson Oni in the process.
Maksudnya biasa aja ya.
He's the one that wasted
Maksudnya
the
dapat
sacrifice
gitu
we
loh.
made.
Iya kah?
Huh? Well, I only had to do that because
Dapat
of you.
senjata biasa aja gitu.
Stand back and let the Tenryo Commission drag you away.
You should get your priorities straight. The Blue Oni are history, all right? Forget about us. The Crimson Oni are the ones who must live on. Why couldn't you have just stayed out of this?
There they are. Seize them.
Gak perlu di.
No, it's the Tenryo Commission.
Forget it. This was a
Oke
waste
oke
of
siap.
time.
Ya intinya gitulah.
I don't expect you to understand me, but you could at least take a look.
Tapi
at
tetap
yours.
pasti gacha lah. Besok. Nyari ini dulu lah, nyari referensi karakter yang cocok ibaratnya.
We need to get out of here too.
We can't get caught here. Looks like I'm up to bat. Just wait here, and we'll escape together when the time's right. Whatever you do, don't attack any of the Tenryo Commission, or they'll be after you too.
Wah, belum tahu Bang kalau nama-nama senjatanya itu. Kan belum tahu ini.
Boy!
Get them.
Let's roll!
Come on, men. He won't get away this time. Just give yourself up, Arataki Ito. Soldiers!
It's showtime!
Lo main game petualangan nggak apapun itu?
They really came out in force today.
Petualangan kayak gimana?
Flattered the Tenryo Commission sent so
Aku
many.
petualangan
Completely recovered from the bean attack earlier.
apa ya petualangannya?
Starting to lose my edge here. No way.
Ini kayak
All
ini
I would
siapa?
do is send them after our Blue Oni friend instead,
Yang baru kemarin
to settle things with him first.
Metal Slug awak kening ya? Dia juga gacha-gacha kan?
Tenryo Commission's about to arrest you.
No choice but to keep kicking some Tenryo butt.
Hey, boss. Thought you'd have all the fun with
Juga ada
us.
ceritanya juga, tapi
Oni sent us.
ini
We're here to lend a hand.
apa namanya?
Maybe we can't take him, but we can sure.
Mengenang
Now's your chance. Go.
Metal Slug dari
I
awal kan?
want you to stay out of this one.
Well, we're in it now. Come on, there's no time. Go, do what you gotta do, boss.
All right then. Watch yourselves. As soon as I'm done, I'm coming back for you. Come on, you two. Time to roll.
Soalnya aku DN pun nggak pernah, aku nggak main DN itu.
Hey, you guys want some of this? There's plenty to go around.
Run for it, boss.
Oh, belum pernah sih. Ya baru ini. Aku ini, Mas, apa ya? Gameku itu FPS sama MOBA.
I promise to never let you down, boys. All right, I've got some footprints to follow. Let's find Takuya.
It was real touching and all what they did, but those few guys aren't much of a gang.
Hey, it takes Mora to run a gang, okay? They're all I've got for now.
Pantas agak ribet ngejarinya. Iya kah? Oh bukan ini. Anjir. Itu ke kabut itu. Kabut. Oh itu. Bisa ke sana.
Huh. Is it just me, or are there more and more footprints here? At least we know we're headed the right way. Let's see what else we can find ahead.
Oh itu.
A wrecked cart and some goods. Look alive, we've got company.
Whirling snow! Sakura swirl!
My blade!
Seems they definitely don't want us going any further.
Saya 1 bulan udah ngerti main Genshin langsung bikin baru. Iya kah?
Besides the footprints,
Oh, ala gitu ya.
here too. Must be plenty going on around here. Let hidden entrance. Yes. All right. I think we just found.
Ya bener nih, kayak itu ya, kompetitif.
This is gonna be where they keep all the people.
Ya iya kan? Kayak FPS MOBA ya.
Takuya's probably in there as well.
Free to play berarti ya.
Fire away. Of course I did. Come on, I'm not that dumb. But it takes a world-class blockhead like Takuya to think his ideas are actually gonna work. So I'm here to
Iya kan,
save
free to
him no
play
matter
kan?
What?
Huh? What were you two talking about?
Free to play itu gratisan nih ya. Ya itu bener kompetitif ya.
Let's go.
Gak mobile kebanyak, gak apa juga iya sih. Nah ya bener itu berarti kompetitif.
Wow, this place is huge. Pretty fancy for a hideout.
All acquired by less than legitimate means, no doubt. And all the more reason we gotta put an end to this. Attaboy! Finally, I get you.
My blade!
Anjir semakin OP.
How come the stairs are over there? We can't go up if we can't reach them.
No problemo. That'll be what this mechanism's for.
My apologies.
See? What did I tell ya?
Kalau kompetitif lu jago, masih ada yang lebih jago. Kalau adventure lu jago, maka kalah dengan yang sultan plus jago. Oh gitu ya. Ya kan karena sultan ini kan bang, apa ya, dia gacha sampai ibaratnya karakternya udah depeknya gede ya, tetap kalah sama itu ya. Saya istirahat 6 bulan main Genshin udah banyak kelewat. Iya kah? Wah, anjir 6 bulan dong. Ini mana nih? Kok balik ke sini lagi? Fokus skill, kalau adventure fokus ke skill dan karakter. Oh ya.
Let the show begin.
Going somewhere?
Absorption test. Animal hypostasis.
My blade!
Kamisato art. Sylvester.
Perfect to the very...
Oni, coming through!
How's this? Finally, to the very finally.
Apa di atas itu? Mage keke kalau itu bang. Mae kage apa itu maksudnya?
Can't catch me.
Belum tahu aku bang, apa itu? Kan aku sudah bilang apa lagi? Bilang apa lagi?
Let's get down to...
Look at all the people locked up in here.
Must be holding on to them for leverage. All right, let's get them out of here.
We can do it. Don't break my glasses. Animal test 6308.
Okay, that one hurt. Let's roll.
Yeah. Punishment.
To the very
Jangan ngajarin hal yang sudah lu tahu ke orang. Kasih taunya yang penjelasan secara simpel. Anjir.
Sorry, but have you seen our little boy? We're awfully worried about him.
Calm down, dear. We don't even know if he was taken here or not.
But... Oh, my little Daisuke! you seen him? Where is he? Is he all right?
Don't worry.
Ibaratnya main ya ini, main kayak adventure ya, petualangan ini gini ya. Ya baru ini.
I bet he'll be relieved to see you.
Emang rada-rada ini orang. Anjir.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Ya ibaratnya gini ya.
No.
Kayak orang ini
No need to thank me.
apa?
It's my pleasure, really. It's just who I am.
Ibaratnya
It's what I do.
bisa paham
Before you go calling
di
me a hero,
adventure ya.
remember this. Wouldn't any other self-respecting guy
Terus
saw another person
kayak terus main kompetitif pasti agak ini kan juga.
Just one little compliment and it goes straight to his head.
Orang cuma main game kompetitif disuruh ngajarin yang kayak Ceng Attack ya mana tahu. Bukan ini. Bukan
Anything drastic?
sebenarnya bukan nggak tahu ya.
No, actually, because
Jangan bahasa Inggris. Nah, itu loh.
Oh, in fact,
Mungkin ini
like the ones this guy has.
At night, he would secretly
Ceng
bring us
Attack
food and
kayak
wine.
mainnya ayah kan lo tahan dia mukul. Iya, tahu.
Are
Kalau
you
itu
a friend
tahu.
of his? Or perhaps a relative?
relative, I guess.
Oh, maybe there's something secretly troubling him. He seemed different from the rest of
Nah,
the
itu
gang.
tadi
They seem
Carge
heartless
Attack tuh
fellows.
kan nggak tahu, Bang.
There are
Anjir.
things he needs to straighten out in his head, and I'm here to point him in the right direction.
I'm glad to hear that. He's lucky to have family like you.
Don't worry, he'll be in my trusty hands. I'll help him see the light. Anyway, you should scram. It's still not safe here.
Yes, thanks again. You've rescued our entire family. We are indebted to you.
Huh. A child that made some poor choices. Anyway, let's get going. While we still have time.
Nek Ceng Attack aku ngerti lah, Bang, kalau itu. Lah maksudnya tadi nggak tahu ininya. Dari bahasanya gitu loh tadi. Tak kira apa namanya? Skillnya dia gitu loh tak kira tadi. Ini kemana nih, Jan? Ke bawahnya gimana? Oh, lompat situ. Bener gak sih? Oh, singkatan tuh iki. Oke. Loh, kesananya gimana? Mending kita nyimak aja. Anjir. Ini gimana sih? Mending turu. Oke. Salah. Oh iya bener nih. Yang tangga itu mana? Oh ini. Alah. Fuck. Ono jeglongane barang ya singoi.
This is the place. The jig's up. Surrender while you can.
Take flight. Stand clear.
Finally, Get the ferry.
Attaboy!
Absorption test. Let the show.
Whirling snow.
The ferry.
Embrace the ice.
Habis quest ini sampai underground, pola rasanya quest di posisi di show.
My home turf. I'll let you in on a little secret. A long
Apa itu?
time ago, I picked up this rare paper charm.
Ini udah selesai kan berarti?
Very precious to me. What makes it so special is that if you tear one piece, the other piece starts tearing too.
Newsflash, don't care about your cute little origami obsession.
You better stay where you are and let me finish. Aren't you curious what the other piece is used for? I'll tell you. It's now the critical component of the mechanism, and when it gets torn, this place goes up in smoke. Yeah, the whole hideout is rigged with explosives and ready to blow.
What? You're gonna blow this whole place up?
Oh, don't worry about me. I made sure that I've got an escape route. The rest of you, though, you're gonna be buried deep among the rubble. You've had your fun. Now it's goodbye. Oh, my paper charm. Where's my paper charm?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you looking for this?
Yes, that's
Niat maunya buka domain Reddit kan? Lah iya.
To stop you from doing anything hasty.
Lah iya bang.
you. And now you're going to betray me.
Niatnya juga itu.
You're one to talk. What about burying everyone here? If you ask me, that sounds like you've already betrayed our agreement, no?
Just give it here.
You done talking now? Huh? You sure? Great. 'Cause I'm done listening. Yeah! Great work, Takuya. You arrived in the nick of time.
Stay away from me.
Huh?
I said stay away, or I'll
Ketika dia lawan Raiden, kita nyimak di luar domain sambil makan popcorn aja. Anjir. Ya ngapain bang?
Let him blow this place to bits doesn't mean that I won't do it myself. Unless you want to get buried, you should leave this place now.
Kau bang jalan aja, kalau nggak bisa pakai jalan ninja. Oke, boleh.
That cruel, then why bother protecting every person you've come across? Huh?
I'm not here to reason with you. Go! Just get out of here!
Malah menjelaskan tutorialnya.
Mine alone!
Nah itu cara ninja adalah satu-satunya, ya kan?
Nobody needs to sacrifice themselves.
All right, then you tell me. What am I supposed to do? I've tarnished our Oni pride and abandoned our ancestors' oath. Only sacrifice can restore my pride now. I chose this path so I could provide for my fellow Oni. I was ready to die from the very beginning. This is between us Blue Oni. But If it wasn't for you, everything would have worked out perfectly.
They're here. We won't let them slip away this time.
Uh-oh! There's nowhere else to run!
Hey, Tenryo Commission! I'm the one you're looking for. I did it. I'm behind everything. Arataki Ito is innocent. You're the one
Nge-freeze pakai ayaya masih belepotan.
right? I'm sure you can tell who the
Lah ya gimana, Bang? Baru ini ya?
It's like he's trying to reenact the fairy tale, sacrificing himself for the Crimson Oni.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking
Semua itu butuh proses lah, Bang. Gak ada yang instan ya kan?
We're gonna report back without capturing me.
Stop fooling around, Ito.
Halo Bang.
Sacrificing yourself
Halo
won't
Kuro.
solve anything.
Kuro Kazu anjir.
Sacrifice can't protect me.
Ini Kuro
And giving up your life isn't gonna make theirs any longer.
anu Yan. Kuro si anu tuh.
Escape your fate, but the only one you'll be setting free is yourself. Listen to me. You want to be the tough guy? Huh? Well, this is the coward's way.
Musuh banyak nggak di ulti, musuh satu di ulti.
Oni pride.
Loh, tadi posisi ultinya belum ready loh Bang.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel all these years.
Makanya aku nggak ulti loh.
We've made mistakes, but we
Aku juga paham dia ini semakin banyak ngumpul terus semakin banyak ininya.
But before any of that can
Saya
happen,
juga
you need to get yourself behind me
dikit-dikit
without all that
bacalah.
self-sacrifice stuff. Now let's go.
Ora kenal. Lah padha ya jenenge semua. Iki suaraku aman Ryan. Salah iki yang gue mic sing anu, soundtrack-e. Luwih enak iki apa sing wingi? Iki wingi kan gue set. Udut barang ya nganu. Udut barang kan wingi ketok toh. Saiki kudune ya ora. Lah iya beda rega e. Berarti beda nganu toh. Beda device.
Forget about me! Just go! It's what I deserve! Ah, shut up, would ya?
We managed to save everyone! But what about Ito and Takuya? Paimon hopes they're alright. Look! It's Ito and Takuya!
That's gonna hurt tomorrow. What's up with the looks on your faces? I said we'd be okay, didn't I? I'm sure I'd be looking a whole lot sharper right now if it wasn't for that brutal bean attack of yours earlier.
Why? Why would you do this for me? I'm the guilty one here. I don't deserve this.
Because we're Oni, that's why. We share the same blood, brother.
Saudara.
Their parents before them never taught us that it was okay to abandon family in need. I just wish you'd come to find me sooner. If you knew about me all along, then you should have come and asked me for help. I never would have dreamed of turning you away.
The Blue Oni disappeared so that they wouldn't bring trouble to the Crimson Oni. If I came to you for help, wouldn't that just undo everything the Blue Oni have done?
Not to me. I've always respected the Blue Oni for their sacrifice. Nothing they did was in vain. It's only because of them that we have survived to see today, and built a world where Oni and humans can live side by side. Honestly, everything that I have now, I owe to the Blue Oni. And let me tell you, the Inazuma of today wouldn't see you as a villain just because of the color of your horns.
You say all that, but in spite of everything, you're barely getting by.
That's just how I roll, man. You remember the pact, don't you? We're not supposed to suck up to the humans. We're supposed to earn their respect. Every member of the Arataki gangs had a tough time trying to fit in. Take Akira, for example. He snores like you wouldn't believe. Or Genta. He's got a serious temper problem. And Mamoru, well, he's colorblind. Even Granny Oni. She got that name for taking me in as a kid. We're all rejects and outcasts in some way, but we don't care. You want to talk about pride? Well, in our gang, we're proud to welcome anyone who's been through adversity with open arms.
But
Don't worry. The Arataki gang's already a bunch of misfits. You really think you could cramp our style?
We've dealt with the Kairagi and the people they took captive. I assume the two of you are finished talking. Takia, based on the findings of our investigation, I hereby announce that you are officially under arrest for forceful seizure of people and property. Please do not attempt to resist. All stolen articles will be reclaimed. That means we'll be seizing all the goods you passed on to your kin.
No, please don't. Without those goods, they'll...
It's all right, Takuya. Those goods never belonged to us anyway. Don't worry. I'll help take care of your kin. Now that I know the situation, I'll personally make sure they never suffer again.
Might want to put your grand plans on hold there. You're under arrest too, for numerous assaults on the Tenryou Commission officers.
Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot about that. But no worries, I'll put my gang on the case. My boys will take good care of the Blue Oni.
Yeah, we've already arrested them too.
Oh, right, yeah,
That's what they get for resisting the Tenryou Commission.
Yeah, I guess it's up to you then, Traveler. Could you be a pal and tell Granny Oni about the Blue Oni situation? Thanks. And thanks for sticking with me to the end. Once I'm out of the slammer, I'll find a way to make it all up to ya.
As for you two, lending them your aid when you knew full well they were in the wrong means that the culpability extends to you too. But, given your unique circumstances, and in light of the complexity of this case, we won't press charges this time.
Sorry for the trouble.
Hey, wait! Are unique circumstances? Are these guys like a big deal or something? Oh, yeah, okay. Cool. Because I was gonna say, you know, like, I'm kind of a big deal myself, you know? Yeah, all right, see you next time. Whenever that'll be.
Well, he's pretty. Weird. But at least he's not a bad guy.
Masih belum selesai dong. Anjir lama bener.
Yes, that does sound like my Ito.
So, did they take Uncle Ito away?
Yes, they did. But don't be too upset, Daisuke. We will have the chance to see him again. He and his gang may have acted recklessly, but the fact remains that he still helped us.
Yeah, I knew it! Uncle Ito helped us, and he's awesome!
Now, don't get any ideas, Daisuke. Ito is a far cry from awesome. He still caused a lot of trouble for a lot of people. If you ask me, I'd say he's like one of those little Oni Kabuto you kids are playing with all the time. Though he looks fierce on the outside, he has a kind heart. He's not a delinquent, but he'll never back down from a fight.
I don't really get it, but it sounds like a compliment. I can't wait for my next beetle fight with Uncle Ito.
Thank you, Granny, for taking care of our little boy. I hope that Ito and his friends will be released as quickly as possible.
Yes, you needn't worry. The officials in the Tenryo Commission will certainly exercise sound judgment.
It's time we started heading back. We'll be sure to visit again soon.
Ah, I'm glad that everything was resolved in the end. Things were looking quite dire, but now the future looks bright. Wonderful, wonderful. As for the Blue Oni, just leave them to me. If there's one thing an old granny like myself can do, it's caring for others.
Do you need our help?
No, no. Go on ahead. I'm sure you have other adventures beckoning. Besides, once Ito is released, he'll be here to help me. Oh, yes. And you know what? I think that's what makes him adorable. Wouldn't you agree? He does whatever he puts his mind to. He's sincere, brave, and determined. Back when I took him in, everyone thought I was most unusual indeed. They started calling me Granny Oni, but I've never been ashamed of this name. On the contrary, I'm quite proud of it, because Ito is my pride and joy.
A long, long time ago, in a village lost to time, there lived a Crimson Oni and a Blue Oni. They were the best of friends. The Crimson Oni wanted to be friends with the humans, so the Blue Oni played the role of the naughty kid. And then he left. After a long time, the Crimson Oni was living happily with the humans, but in his heart, he wanted to bring the Blue Oni back home. The Crimson Oni didn't know where to find the Blue Oni. His search took him up the highest mountains and across the widest rivers. He found many traces of the Blue Oni, but the more he found, the clearer it became. The Blue Oni was hiding on purpose. So just as the Blue Oni had once done, the Crimson Oni left him a letter.
Dear Owl, I've made lots of human friends now, and I want to have a big party for everyone. I want all my friends to be there. That means you too, Owl. If you don't want to meet me, you can just watch from a distance.
The Blue Oni snuck back to the village and hid in the shadows. He saw the great feast and roaring fire and longed to join in. But though his stomach rumbled, the Blue Oni remembered the oath of old and kept his distance. Suddenly, he jumped. The Crimson Oni was right behind him.
Hey, you're finally back. Come on, I'll introduce you. It's time everyone met my best friend.
Oke, akhirnya selesai juga. Anjir, langsung dikasih petir dong. Nah ini di sini biar nggak hujan gimana ya? Di sini hujan terus loh. Bangke bener. Loh kok nggak bisa ya? Wah, anjir. Nggak bisa dong. Harus nerusin yang kedua ya. Iya kah? Lah berarti gimana bang? Berarti ini aja ya berarti? Anjir. Tak kira udah keluar itu. Jadi ibaratnya maksudnya biar satu ini loh. Satu quest Archon kan terus kemananya kan satu jalur gitu loh. Itu harus dibuka dulu. Lah iya, maksudnya biar satu jalur quest Archonnya itu loh. Lah ini quest karakter dong. Quest karakter lagi. Yang mana bisa bang? Oh nggak bisa ya? Tak kira bisa dong. Di sini aja lah. Kalau mau fokus ke quest Archon, ya lu harus nyelesain sampai Fontaine. Archon buat buka map baru bang. Oh.
The withering zone you reported has been taken care of.
Lah iya, maksudnya biar ini.
Wait, is that?
Biar apa? Ekspornya kayak di Mondstadt ya. Dia nyelesain semua dulu gitu loh, 100% dulu terus ganti yang lain gitu loh maksudnya.
What's wrong, Tainari?
This Duskbird is Hypatia's designated courier for urgent news. You do remember her, don't you? She's the scholar you and Paimon were following when you first arrived in Sumeru.
Oh, her? How could we forget? So did something happen?
Let me see what's written.
Terserah lu dah. Lah gua pengennya kayak gitu bang, bukan terserah lu anjir. Masa tak buat kayak gitu anjir, malah terserah lu.
Yes, allow me to explain. After we brought you from Hypatia's cave to Gandharvaville, Hypatia resumed her meditation. She must have just finished. It's been nearly 3 days since she's had anything to eat, and it appears she's forgotten to prepare some rations. This letter is her asking us for help. We need to go.
What? You mean she's been sitting there for 3 days? Hey, wait, how did you know all that from just a few lines on the paper?
Well, obviously because this has happened before. Last time she drew 5 lines, and by the time we found her, well,
mending upgrade karakter yang pengen difokusin. Ya kalau ini ya mau apa namanya? Fokusin karakter ya. Ini kan juga ini butuh material. Beberapa hari gitu kan. Yang kayak itu Sakura Bloom itu dia muncul 2 hari sekali ya.
Let's find out. Here, traveler, take a smell and see.
Ya kan tinggal Archon questnya dibiarkan lalu fokus ke satu map dulu sampai 100%. Oh gitu. Berarti maksudnya gitu Archon itu enggak 100% di ini ya. Tak kira itu apa quest Archon itu ini
I knew then that he would be fine.
Nyelesain satu kota dulu terus ganti yang lain gitu
When
loh.
I was telling you two about Irminsul's ley lines,
Bukan masalah
was what I
ini.
described similar at all to what you saw when you were unconscious? That's correct. Those
Oh,
weren't
alah.
hallucinations at all. Though I don't intend to apologize for deceiving you.
Berarti itu
Because what you
quest
saw
Archen
is of
itu ini ya,
significant importance.
ngebuka map
Not
baru.
just for the nation of Sumero, but the entire world of Tevat. My forefathers were shown much
Tinggal
favor
kita
by
nerusin
Buka Devata.
ini quest-questnya yang di ini ya,
This nation together.
kayak tanda seru gitu ya
Now that duty has fallen to
di
me,
orang-orang.
it was a part of my responsibilities to ascertain whether you could be entrusted with the fate of Sumero. Now, after seeing you in action with my own eyes, you have earned my confidence, and I no longer feel the need to hide any secrets from you. When you passed out, your consciousness had connected directly with Irminsul. What you witnessed were actually real memories contained within Irminsul itself. I could try to tell you more, but it would be better if you went to ask Hypatia.
Setahu gue ketika AR lu sudah nyentuh di 3540 itu Archen quest bisa langsung diselesaikan sampai di Fontaine.
That sounds nice and all, but will she really help us? Seriously, she completely ignored us the last time we tried talking to her.
That was because when you ran into her, she was in a special
Nah, itu
phase of
Fontaine udah kebuka kan?
During that time, she must avoid communicating with others. Please, wait here for a moment.
Kalau sekarang ini Semeru ya.
Here, take these. It's a meal I packed for Hypatia, as well as some other ingredients. I'm sure it'll come in handy. Also, here's a letter that I would like you to give to her. Just show it to her, and she'll answer any questions you may have. No, I should be the one thanking you. You've both been a great help these last few days.
Wis, anjay. Serangannya itu. Oh, di bawah.
Hypatia should still be in the cave. Let's go inside and see how she's doing. Hello? Hypatia? Hey, there's nobody here. Maybe she went out to look for some food. Let's try looking around the area.
Malah harar. Fenty ini. Atau colai kemarin? Oh, bukan nih. Ya kenapa? Fenty. Lah itu kelihatan rambutnya hijau anjir. Tak kira Fenty.
So hungry. Eat.
There's no way we can get her to eat in her her current condition. Let's try finding some water first. Huh? Wait. Why does it look super foggy outside all of a sudden? Anyway, let's go look around. Huh? How'd things out here end up looking like this? What happened? And where are we? Really? Oh, maybe you're right. Let's go investigate the area. This is huge! Paimon knew there's something off about that cave. Let's think of a way to get over there and have a closer look. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a lead of some kind.
Terkadang kamu bisa menemukan bounty mushroom seperti ini dalam domain dalam Semeru. Langsung lawan jamur dapat terlihat serak ketahui. Oke. Apa ini?
Stand clear.
Naik kah? Oh, tadi lompat ini. Oh. Oke. Oke. Oke, tapi gak ngerti. Bentar. Saya kira ini tadi apa? Kayak gitu tadi diambil dong. Saya kira itu. Mana ini berarti? Loh. Nah. Loh, kok kayak di Inazuma?
Why'd everything around us suddenly change?
Loh, gimana sih ini masnya? Terkadang kamu bisa menemukan jalur disegel. Kumpulkan 3 untuk domain membuka. Butuh 3 berarti. Kalau ini Bangke bener nih.
You can't run. Absorption test. My apologies.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Anjir. Oh, serangan 3 kali ya kayaknya berarti ya.
Swirl, Mark 2. Shiver. Take flight.
Oh, kok cepet ya? Anjir, belum ambil ininya dong. Nggak bisa keluar. Nah, kesana tadi gimana? Bangke lagi. Duh. Oh, pakai itu toh. Oh. Anjir, gak ada ininya.
What is going on here? This place is getting weirder by the minute. Hey, what's the matter? You don't look so good.
Selidiki koridor di sisi lain. Loh, ketemu lagi ya?
The Abyss Herald! What are you planning to do in this strange place?
Strange place. Plotting. You needn't worry about such things. They don't concern you. Bow before the abyss.
Sakura swirl! Yeah! Punishment!
Let's dance.
My apologies! Yeah! Animal test 6308. You can't run. Take flight. Yeah. Embrace the ice. Whirling snow. So rude.
Is futile.
Stand clear. Judgment. Yeah, you can't run. Lights out.
Oh, like this show?
Take flight.
Udah mulai enak sih sebenarnya.
Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. We faced others like him
Cuma
before
cara
the first
kombonya
time.
aja ya. Mungkin kadang nggak kepikiran dong.
Countless crises before. Your good fortune was bound to end sooner or later. It's time you realize how weak and powerless you really are. Your sister. Oh, pitiful traveler. Are you really so ignorant? Or are you just living in complete denial? Her Highness has long since forsaken you. Your meager existence in her eyes is that of an annoying bug, only to be stepped upon. The bonds of love and family which drive you to find your sibling are utterly gone. Your journey is meaningless. But don't you fret now. Today will be your last. Now die!
Berarti gak bakal selesai itu ya. Harus ketemu adiknya dulu itu baru bisa kalah dia.
What do we do? We haven't seen Hypatia anywhere out here. Oh, there she is! Quick, let's see how she's doing.
So sweet.
Well, the good news is that she's still conscious. Hey, why'd you drop her food on the floor like that? Are you okay? That's really not like you.
Ikuti aja storynya bang. Iya iya.
About this later. We better make sure she's alright first.
Yang penting jangan dikasih tahu aja bang. Jadi malah gimana ya? Kayak kemarin ya. Aku belum tahu red lapis itu Zhongli dong. Malah dikasih tahu.
We can put that to good use.
Who is there? Tainari, is that you? Huh?
It's okay. You can relax, Hypatia. Tainari sent us here to bring you some food and water. Here, we have a letter that he
Tosa
asked us
tinggal
to
bawa,
give you.
tinggal aja bawa MC. MC dikasih ini, pakai elemen air, bang, maksudnya. Daripada ini siapa? Barbara berarti. Tapi nggak ada healernya dong.
I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you. I'm grateful that you came so quickly to save me. You even brought all this fruit.
Well, actually, we didn't bring the fruit. It was already here when we arrived. We were kind of wondering about that, actually. When we found you here, there was all this fruit lying around and even some juice dripping from your lips. How did you end up like this anyway?
Oh, really? I seem to understand now. All the fruit was likely from my, neighbor. Must have come by and saw me like this.
Your neighbor? You mean there's someone else living nearby?
Oh gitu.
Oh? So you're able to see them too?
Lah iya, maksudnya kalau Barbaranya diganti MC pakai Dendro, ini nggak ada healernya dong.
No, I actually do believe what the traveler is saying. I myself had a similar experience once before and ended up scaring my timid little neighbor here. You needn't worry. They mean you no harm. They only dragged you into the dream because they hoped to buy themselves a little time in order to scurry away.
So, Hypatia, just what kind of creature is your neighbor exactly?
I'm not sure what it's called, to be honest. But I do know that they have some sort of deeper connection with the Dendro Archon. I know this because the first time I saw them was also the exact day my consciousness was able to form a connection with Irminsul. Even after I opened my eyes and stopped meditating, my heart was still pounding, and my mind was racing with all the knowledge that I had touched. And at that very moment, I suddenly noticed a small figure at the opening of the cave. In my curiosity, I began to walk over to the creature. They must have already been used to me living in the cave, because they didn't seem to mind me approaching them. They just kept doing whatever they were up to. It wasn't until I crouched down next to them that they suddenly realized that I could see them.
Oh! And then?
And then I had a dream. By the time I came to, they were nowhere to be seen. I was convinced they'd never show up again. But sure enough, I saw them nearby a few days later. And they weren't alone. I feel like they aren't as afraid of me as the first time I approached them. But I never would have expected them to save me.
Siapa nih, Bang Aris ya? Bentar Bang, baru ini.
No doubt about that.
Baru story ini.
By the way, Tainari mentioned in his letter that you had questions for me regarding Irminsul. Sorry about that. Sounds like just drinking juice still isn't quite enough for my stomach.
Well, if somebody hadn't dropped the food earlier... Anyway, looks like we'll need to prepare something ourselves. Besides, Hyman's getting hungry too. Let's eat first and talk about Irminsul later. Alright, we're off, traveler. Today's menu will feature sweet madame and a radish veggie soup. You'll love them, Hypatia. They're our specialties after all.
Sounds good. I've never tried any dishes from other nations before. I certainly look forward to it. It's been so long since I've had a decent meal, too. To be honest, the last time had to be when Tainari came to visit.
Iya Bang. Nggak ini kah? Nggak lihat live-nya kah? Masak dengan menggunakan api unggun. Mana dimasak di mana? Anjir, ya ganti dong.
I'll bring my seasonings. Let's use the empty box that Tainari gave us since we already watched it. Oh, it smells amazing. And the box is a nice touch too. Let's go serve this up and start eating with Hypatia.
Soalnya udah ini ya. Udah berapa hari ya? Aku nggak quest sergeant ya. 4 hari atau 5 harian nggak quest sergeant dari kemarin anjir.
Smells delectable. I'm truly thankful whenever I can enjoy a proper meal like this. Cooking really isn't my forte. Even though everything you mentioned was in Tainari's letter, it's still hard to believe you were able to connect with Irminsul immediately after smelling Spiritborn eel for the first time. It took me
Ininya juga besok
before I could do so.
kayaknya
Everyone at the academia even lauded me as a
ngikut-ngikut
genius.
ini aja deh.
You should know
Ngikut-ngikut
some researchers spent their
apa
entire
level 50
lives without ever successfully connecting
yang
with
ini
Irminsul as you have.
nggak usah dinaikin gitu loh.
Why does this incense allow people to connect to Irminsul?
The ingredients
Biar
used in
musuhnya
Spiritborn eel primarily
nggak
consist of
terlalu
plants
ini.
created by Greater Lord Ruka Divine.
Sekalian ngebuild
These
karakternya
special
kan.
ingredients are conducive to heightening our senses to the Dendro Archon's power. Since the root of the Dendro Archon's power lies within Irminsul, we can occasionally tap into her powers to peer into the depths of the earth. Naturally, anyone who can establish a connection with Irminsul in their first ever attempt must be a person of great understanding.
Ya, masa ditahan aja kan di air 50.
Question. Why was he sensitive to the smell of those plants for such a long time?
That was primarily due to his body's unique constitution. Stimulated by the incense, he could perceive the Dendro Archon's
Nah, ini
power
ibaratnya
and experience the sensory
udah ke
overload,
43 loh.
hence the adverse reactions. Taking in any scent similar to the ingredients of
Ma-
Spiritborn eel would
ibaratnya
cause
DPS-nya
effects.
cuma baru 1 dong.
Not to worry
Itu aja
though.
belum
It appears you've
selesai.
already fully recovered. Technically, your body should still be sensitive to the powers of
Biar
the
timnya
Dendro
agak enak
Unless
apa
you
agak
use
enak dulu lah.
intentional meditation techniques, the scent of Spiritborn ale should no longer trigger such reactions.
Well, that's a relief.
I must admit, I am quite envious of your abilities. Even if it meant suffering from pounding headaches for the rest of my life, I'd consider it worthwhile so long as I could connect with Irminsul at will.
Whoa, you're really serious about this whole thing, aren't you?
I am a researcher after all. As a member of the Ritaoist Darshan at the Academia,
Kalau
my
belum
main
kuat
area of
solo
research
bos,
is
gak
the
usah
stars and
naikin
their
AR ya.
connection to the
Oke
fate of
oke.
living beings. But there is still so much we don't know, especially regarding the mysteries that lie in the starry skies. Which is why I must turn to the all-knowing Irminsul for answers. If only my perception wasn't so limited. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that my every attempt to attune with Irminsul will be successful, or that doing so will leave my consciousness intact. I am currently in the stage of training known as Satyavada life. Many researchers in Sumeru have lost their minds while seeking to attune with Irminsul during this stage. Sages have said that Irminsul contains divine knowledge, and touching such knowledge without the proper preparations and abilities will only lead to one's mind caving in on itself. That's why we meditate alone. We need to ensure that our minds will be calm while minimizing the possibility of involving anyone else.
Whoa, so knowledge from Irminsul can be super dangerous. Don't you ever feel afraid of the risk, Hypatia?
Of course I do. Especially during nights that are pitch black with no moonlight, and dead silent without even the sound of insects. However, I've been feeling better as of late. I don't get as scared anymore knowing that I have a little neighbor living nearby. I believe that being able to see them is a sort of blessing from the Dendro Archon. But what's strangest of all is that they're clearly an envoy of the God of Wisdom herself. And they have the curious power to make people dream.
What's so strange about that? It doesn't sound so out of place for a divine being, does it?
Well, it's strange because nearly nobody in Sumeru can ever dream.
Oh, is that true?
Yes, well, to an extent. Only children can dream in Sumeru. Adults, however, never do. The sages say that wisdom implies rationality, but that which occurs in dreams is often neither rational nor logical. Yes, if one struggles with anxieties, those emotions could influence their dreams. The fact that the people of Sumeru do not have dreams is seen as a blessing by the sages. They believe that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, the god of wisdom, is keeping us away from the foolish delusions you encounter in your sleep. I was born into a family of scholars in Sumeru City. Ever since I was a child, my parents would always tell me that I'll know I've grown up once I stop dreaming. I studied hard, enrolled as a student in the academia,
Siapa lagi
and
nih,
went on
anjir?
to become a researcher. Sure enough, I never dreamed again. But then, on the day I scared the little Aranara, I suddenly saw a dream again. It was incredible. Though I don't exactly remember what I saw, I clearly recalled the feeling. I suddenly felt like I was a child again. Back then, I was foolish and ignorant as any youth would be, but I was free of fear. Maybe dreaming isn't as bad as we've made it out to be. Just be sure not to speak of this if you travel to Sumeru City. They'll look at you as if you've lost your mind.
So, do you have any thoughts about the things he saw when he connected with Irminsul?
Sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any answers as of now. All I can say is that what you saw is a memory contained within Irminsul itself. World forget me. What could that possibly mean? If only I could ascend past Satyavada life and begin Paripurna life. I might have some more answers for you. If you two are ever in the area again, please be sure to come and see me. There's no need to be thanking me. You two are my saviors. Besides, I'm already looking forward to tasting some more of your cooking.
Now that we know Hypatia is alright and had the chance to ask her some questions, Paimon thinks it's about time to head back to Gandharvaville.
Oh iya, ini berapa ya? 1, 2, 3. Oh, harusnya bisa sih.
A blade embraces
Cara lihat ini gimana sih?
duty.
Oh, talenta deh ya. Hari ini bisa nggak ya? Oh, ini bisa naik ternyata. Oh, belum bisa. Oke. Quest dulu lah. Ini quest kemarin ini ya. Dapat ini soalnya. Buat beli apa itu namanya kemarin? Nah, ini bisa kan? Talentanya Ayaka itu mana tadi? Selasa, Jumat, Minggu. Ini ya berarti ya.
A blade is like a team.
Loh, kok beda?
Only those who...
Mana tadi?
sample it many times can...
Oh, tak kira itu dong. Tadi, Bang. Iya kan, bener kan? Ini filmnya. Iya iya, ini juga sekalian ini nanti. Yang ini tadi loh. Ini apa tadi? Ini bener kan? Tadi beli ini kan? Kok beda ya?
its true qualities.
Lah iya, Mbak, yang bos itu kan? Yang bos di bawah tanah itu kan?
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Nonton live gak Bang? Sambil live. Maksudnya biar ini. Naikin Ayaka. Loh, sama aja Bang. Jangan dari sana tadi. Anjir cepet dong.
My apologies.
I will have order. Bow your head.
Itu DPS konsisten, Bang. Apa itu? Neo flat. Maksudnya gimana, Bang? Nggak tahu, Bang. Kalau nggak nunjuk atau gimana itu susah ininya ya. Oh, iya, aku tahu kalau itu. Yang itu kan, yang air itu yang Kamehameha tadi kan.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes
Be
their
sure to
gems.
befriend them and cause them no harm.
Maksudnya konsisten itu gimana? Oh. Masih belum juga. Fokus dulu. Bisa solo spiral, iya kah? Karena ini ya, damage-nya sampai ke belakang ya. Karena dia bisa solo. Iya. Berarti butuh yang benar-benar butuh besok itu loh.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Soalnya emang benar-benar baru Ayaka ya. Ini aku ada konden buat siapa ya?
Take a moment to rest.
Order.
Embrace the ice.
Crumble.
Take flight.
Belum 4R45.
Whirling snow.
Belum AR45, masih 43 sih. Tapi 43-nya tinggal dikit ya.
Let's dance.
Iya makanya. Berarti sekalian ini aja berarti ya. Apa itu? Nyari ini. Handguard.
Blade embraces its duty.
Setirin. Kayak apa aja setirin. Anjir. Masa masuk malam dong? Jam segini kerja apa bang? Dia ini Bang Aris di Tokyo sih dia. Jadi kalau sekarang jam berapa ya? Jam 11-an lah dia.
Take flight. Sakura swirl.
Let's get down to business.
Whirling snow.
Finally. No. Sugar fairy. It's my lucky day.
My apologies.
Anjir. Sekali hit doang dong. Nggak ada kuncinya. Nah, segitu Bang Demek terbantu set VVE dari Vanti. Oh, ya ya ya. Paham. Yang penting VV ya. Nah, ini kemarin belum punya ya. KUA itu apa tuh? Kayaknya nggak ada ya. Apa itu di atas? Oh, ini kunci kah? Oh. Lebih bagus lagi kalau startnya full AM. Ini ya, apa? Punya si AM itu berarti punya si siapa? Anjir. Yang pakai set VV. Oh, set VV itu nggak harus ini kah? Nggak harus punya si siapa? Barbara kah? Ya. Nggak harus ini ya. Oh ya deng. Oh Anemo ya. Isi berarti siapa? Sucrose ya. Anjir hilang duluan. Jadi nurunin devnya dia gitu ya. Biar apa? Kayak kerupuk. Terus nge-freeze buat terus apa? Yang kritikal buat naikin ini ya, kritikal ya. Yang freeze. Posisi freeze gitu loh.
My lucky day.
Whirling snow.
To the ferry. Let's get down to business. The perfect distance. Finally.
Coba. Wah, anjir hilang duluan dong. Oh, tak kira. Udah kayaknya yang ini kemarin ya. Di sini tempat mancing. Oh, yang kayak Kamehameha itu skill E-nya ya? Kok bisa terus gitu loh maksudnya? Lah apa itu? Oh iya kah? Cuma ceng attack-nya? Oh. Lah enak dong berarti. Tinggal gitu terus aja ya? Tinggal gindar-gindar gitu terus. Anjir. Itu damage-nya juga ini ya, konsisten juga ya.
I see the value in my own work.
Udah bilang karakter meta ter-OP. Tapi mungkin besok juga bakal kena nerf nggak sih? Ini ada nerf gitu kan sih bang? Kalau Genshin itu? Oh nggak ada. Lah enak dong berarti. Ada ini dong. Lumayan.
Time for takeoff. Take flight.
Meta itu dilihat dari monster spiral abis. Kenapa itu? Metanya kenapa? Beda monster, beda buff, beda meta. Oh.
Be sanctified. Cut down like this.
Tapi emang enak banget si Noval. Belum punya kah bang? Oh nge-lag. Push dulu kah coba?
A blade embraces its duty.
Bener pas beda level aku lagi gabut main Genshin, nggak simpen ngejarnya. Oh alah. Tapi kayak ini kan banner biasa kan, yang bisa ini, yang bisa red on red off gitu loh. tetap sama gitu loh.
Bond is strong.
Silence!
Sakura swirl. Whirling snow.
Anjir.
Settle down!
Oh pasti rerun ya. Maksudnya dia ini loh apa? Di Genshin juga nggak ada nerf ya. Berarti tetap ini ya. Paling nggak walaupun ada yang lebih OP tetap dia bakalan ini. Tetap kepake kayaknya.
My apologies.
Oke bang, makasih. Nggak ada kasus buff nerf, pas Zhongli pertama kali muncul aja, habis itu nggak ada lagi. Oh, dulu ini kah OP kah si siapa itu, si Zhongli? Punya novel berasa punya tambahan tim spiral. Oh. Laku ini aja sebenarnya gini deh bang, apa ya, spiral itu belum kuat loh bang. Ini keberapa ya, bentar loh. Nih spiral lantai 5 itu sekarang udah ini ya, udah dua apa itu namanya, 2 tim ya. Harus punya 2 tim gitu loh. Nggak cuma 1.
Think about it, Tainari. Refusing to join is tantamount to burying your head in the sand. I understand that you're a forest watcher and that it's your duty
Oh,
to
Zhongli itu dulu
But isn't it
bukan
evident
ini.
that such work is not a lasting solution to the problem? As Sage Kage clearly stated, your presence and guidance in Sumeru City is pivotal in finding a cure for Irminsul.
Pada ngomong-ngomong ini ya, spiral bang. Emang spiral ini ya, sesulit itu atau gimana?
Sage Kage, I am truly honored that you came here in person.
Tahu bang, aku juga pernah ini kemarin di apa? Di ini loh, diceritain sama temanku dulu ya, pas itu. Spiral itu 1 bulan dapat berapa itu? 1000 berapa itu? 1200 ya? Atau berapa atau lupa aku nggak tahu. Agak sulit asal tim plus skill mumpuni. Pakai karakter bintang 4 aja bisa full star spiral. Oh.
Tainari, your master is an integral part of this effort. And now he requires your assistance.
Ya ini kan ibaratnya kan kalau punya aku sekarang ya, ini spiral sampai ke 8 ya. Katanya sampai ini juga. Sorry bang, nggak bisa bantu lama. Santai aja bang, Bang Riz. Santai-santai. Itu juga nggak anu tadi, cuma bos aja tadi. Daripada nganggur resinnya.
Despite coming all the way here to Gandharvaville, you still can't answer the questions I laid out in the letter to my master? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I cannot give you a definite answer either.
Tainari, but you...
So be it. Come, Gulam, we're leaving.
Tainari, what was that all about?
It's nothing. Some people from the academia wanted me to go to Sumeru City to assist them with a project, but I had to refuse on account of all my responsibilities here. But all that can wait. How did things go with Hypatia?
It was quite the eventful trip, but the main thing is that she's safe and sound. She answered a bunch of questions for us too.
Very good. Now that the traveler has made a full recovery.
Lah ini kemarin juga ini kan, spiral.
I assume you will be heading
Ternyata
to City.
harus punya 2 tim.
We want to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali and ask her for advice. Do you have any idea?
Cepet ya, cepet apanya bang?
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have any advice for you there.
Well, do you at least know anyone we can try asking in Sumeru City?
Let me think. My trips to Sumeru City have been fairly short, and most of my acquaintances are researchers. Oh, how about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction that you can give to a researcher I know. He's from the Amorta Darshan and is adept at gathering information. Asking him might prove worthwhile. Also, when you enter Sumeru City,
Aku ke Sarcon Semeru belum senti malahan. Loh, iya kah? Loh, enggak loh bang.
But maybe you can give it a try.
Ini Semeru itu baru masuk barusan loh. Ini aku ke Semeru. Setelah ke Inazuma tadi. Barusan masuk ke Semeru.
Some say that this item is the very basis of Sumeru's reputation as the city of wisdom. Needless to say, this device and its usage fall under the academia's expertise, so I'll leave it to them to show you how to use it.
Great! Next up, Sumeru City! But wait, before that... That's right! Tainari, we have something important to say to Kale before we leave. Is she doing better now?
Yes, she's doing much better. After being confined to her bed all this time, I thought a little walk would do her some good. Last I saw her, she was taking the path towards the North Crossing. She knew you two would be leaving soon, so she must have wanted to see you off.
Thanks, Tainari.
Dia nembak mapnya. Iya kah? Nembak mapnya gimana? Tapi emang ini sih, kemarin daripada gabut kan, terus yang ini sih, apa? Yang besar-besar gini, ini tak buka-buka gitu. Loh mana? Anjir nggak ada dong. Kira di bawah sini. Kejepit dong. Gimana?
I've been waiting for you two.
Semeru ku skip langsung ngejar quest Fontaine. Oh iya kah?
Never mind. I guess I should just wish you two a safe and successful journey.
Lah ini lanjutannya ya bang? Saya juga nggak tahu ini. Lah bisanya cuma ini.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. My condition won't be getting in the way of my duties. I want to be a forest ranger after all. It's up to me and the others to protect the rainforest here. And
Well, I'm sorry. I should have told you both about my condition when we first met. I just wanted you two to treat me as a normal friend.
Orang udah
Not some girl that needs your
di Inazuma namanya langsung ke Semeru. Lo berarti
important thing is for friends to be genuine with one
ini dong, salah arah dong.
There's no need to apologize, Kale. We should be thanking you for trusting us enough to be your friends and sharing your past with us. We're probably still gonna worry about your condition, but that's because we're friends and we care about you. Thank you. That means a lot.
Nah, aku cuma ngikutin ini aja sih, Bang. Ngikutin quest Artoni itu. Lah, yang bawahnya tadi nggak bisa dong. Harus ngebuka apa tadi?
I hope that whenever you eat them, you'll both remember your time here in Gandharvaville. Well then, I, trainee Forest Ranger Kale, bid you both farewell. Please visit Gandharvaville again. The Rangers will always be ready to assist you here.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Ya enggak juga. Oh iya ding. Ya enggak juga. Maksudnya mungkin mau build MC full biar dapat konstelasi. Ini gimana nih? Udah selesai kah? Anjir, ke sana dong. Berarti ini Semeru ini aja dulu ya berarti ya, Bang? Kita lihat map dulu. Berapa persen sih? Aku ini ya baru keinget ya. Oh, 53, 59. Ini udah hampir selesai. Lima 23, 24, 40. Ini nol anjir.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often.
Wah, agak berat. Ya udah berarti ini aja berarti ya. Quest story-nya si siapa tadi ya? Raiden aja biar quest cam ini apa? Quest camnya ini biar kebuka itu. Oh, berat ceritanya. Nah, tak kira berat ininya. Berarti gini ya. Berat musuhnya itu dari AR-nya kita ya. Makanya rata-rata pada nge-skip AR 50 gitu loh. Biar agak enggak mendingan gitu daripada naik.
The traveler would be the most suitable candidate, right?
Indeed, as ever. I will spare the pleasantries then. May I ask if you two are available to help? Well, let me go
Bingung.
over it briefly.
Bingung apa?
Our client for this job is the Yashiro Commission. Apparently, Rift Hounds are attacking the roots of the sacred sakura nearby Mount Yogo in great numbers.
Rift Hounds? On Narukami Island?
Yes. We are not sure where exactly these creatures
Oh,
come
bingo.
from. But this time, they are attacking in alarming numbers with great aggression
Apalagi
to a
tuh?
clear target.
Kata-kata apa lagi gitu, Bang?
Sakura is
Bingo
of
itu.
tremendous importance to Inazuma. I trust you are aware of this already? Good. Then you can see that this case is very urgent indeed.
Is the Tenryu Commission aware?
Yes, and they are already taking action of their own. However, Given that the sacred Sakura's root system is vast and complex, and faced with the unpredictability and scale of the Rift Town's attacks, they are finding it difficult to defend against them. Their main priority is to protect the civilian population, so they are actively looking to cooperate with all other available forces to eliminate the monsters. The Adventurers Guild is one of the key parties assisting the Tenryou Commission with their work. But so far, the combined efforts to combat the Rift Towns has failed to
Ya kalau
substantially
karakter
ameliorate the situation.
terbuild 1 atau 2 tim lancar jaya. Lah iya bang. Lah iya makanya kan ini baru ngebuild kan ibaratnya. Nah, ini spiral aja kemarin ini dong. Tapi harusnya kalau sekarang bisa sih. Yang spiral habis lantai 5 ya. Harusnya bisa ini. Kan kemarin aku pas masuk belum ada Ayaka. Harus 2 ini kan. Harus 2 tim. Loh, apa pakai ini toh? Anjir, belum tak ganti tadi berarti. Di sini masih ada. Kalau udah gambaran 2 tim bikin apa, Bre? Kalau aku ya ini. Sementara ini dulu ya. Yang setauku kan besok banner ini ya, Raiden ini juga. Sedapatnya dulu lah, sedapatnya DPS dulu. Nggak muluk-muluk lah, milih-milih. Sedapatnya dulu. Kalau dapat besok tapi maksudnya.
I witnessed the way the world is today. I was finally able to comprehend some things that I had never understood in the past. Since then, every time I encounter an obstacle in my thinking, I find myself having the urge to spend some time in the outside world.
Makes sense. You must get super bored being stuck in there all the time.
Might I remind you that I am not here to amuse myself.
Next pet Nahida katanya. Wah, terlalu ini bang, terlalu nunggu-nunggu.
The most serious of these being the attack on the sacred Sakura by numerous rift hounds. I considered this matter worthy of my attention.
Ya ibaratnya gini bang, kalau misal besok ya gacha Raiden, kalau nggak dapat kan sama aja juga red on ya. Siapa tahu dapat Nahida, nah itu. Yang penting punya 2 tim dulu, Bang.
Matters of this nature are to be delegated to the Tri-Commission. But Rift Hounds attacking the sacred Sakura.
Yang penting ada DPS-nya dulu.
It brings back bad memories of that terrible disaster.
A disaster?
Yes. 500 years ago, a great catastrophe befell Inazuma. Everything was engulfed in a pitch-black fog, and monsters ravaged the land. Countless lives were lost, and this homeland that the people had worked so hard to build barely escaped being obliterated entirely. The monsters committed many atrocities on Inazuman soil, and the Rift Hounds were always their advance guard. Their duty was to tear open a passage through space with their claws and teeth, and then call in even more powerful beasts. So you've heard of it too. That's an episode of history that I am loath to recall. Maybe to you.
Lah itu kayak misal ini butuh spiral juga kan, biar nambah ininya juga, dapat apa itu, dapat primonya juga tiap 2 minggu, walaupun ini kan, walaupun nggak full star kan pasti dapat ya. Kata konten kreator baru tahu Raiden nasional itu meta abadi, wis. Karena ini ya, Raiden itu pas posisi ini ya, pasifnya dia full ya. Ini apa nih? Tapi saya nggak punya Bennett sama Xingshu. Besok dapat deh Bang, tenang Bang. Kalau ini ya, apa namanya? Itu Bennett sama Xingshu itu apa? Bintang berapa Bang? B4 atau B5?
Let's search the area. Perhaps we will find out.
I can't go on like this. Not when the other troops are counting on me.
What happened here? Could you tell us?
B4 wajib dibuild.
What are you doing here?
Ya.
Run quick while you still can. The monsters will be back. And once you're in their sights, I'm telling you, there's no escaping them. We will defend Inazuma until our dying breath. You don't know? Beasts and horrifying monsters are everywhere. They're merciless, ferocious, and they will devour everything in their path.
Bennett itu api ya, Xingshu itu air.
Humanity's existence, I tell you. They'll devour it all.
But look, none of that seems to be going on around here.
Not right now, but they'll be back. Look, get out of here now. There's no time left.
Berarti Piro sama Dendro ya? Bener nggak sih? Masih lupa ingat.
we abandon our hope, then we've got nothing left at all.
Don't worry, I'm right here.
It's the Shogun? You're back.
Lebih mantap lagi kalau bisa C6 semua kecuali Bennett. Wis.
You have to help us.
Lah kan baru ini, Bang. Baru gacha beberapa doang kan?
Glow of your supreme lightning can dispel this terrible darkness. Please.
Aku pertama itu gacha kemarin di bannernya Ayato.
The war you speak of is over.
Malah dapatnya adiknya.
Shogun.
Look around you. The grass grows green and lush, and a soft breeze blows. This is Inazuma at peace, as you will no doubt remember. There are no monsters, nor is there anything else here that could threaten your life.
What?
Untung gak dapat Ayato. Lah kenapa, Bang? Kalau Ayato?
They were everywhere. I saw them tear my comrade to shreds with my own eyes.
Hey, calm down. Everything's fine now.
Huh. I think I understand.
Oh, damage-nya nanggung.
Shogun, you saved Inazuma. Yes, we were right to place our trust in the almighty Shogun. As long as the Shogun
Cuma ini aja, Bang. Apa? Aku suka skillnya Ayato yang ini.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Dia ngelas hit ibaratnya gitu ya.
What's wrong with him?
Lah aku kan baru main pas di situ. Di bannernya Ayato. Pas awal main.
If I am not mistaken, what we just saw was a samurai's memory that was buried in the land.
Malah dapatnya si adiknya ya kan.
Absorb and purify the filth in the ley lines. After the Rift Hounds attacked, some of this filth leaked out through the cracks in the trunk and formed a physical entity. An entity formed with strong filth would be highly aggressive. But when purified, it presents in the form of a memory. Purified filth quickly dissipates and will be absorbed by the ley lines shortly afterwards. In other words, it cannot exist for too long.
So the memory
Itu aja dapatnya si Kiki anjir.
Yes.
Udah PT-nya ke 79 kalau nggak salah kemarin.
What he was describing just now was precisely the disaster that happened in Inazuma 500 years ago. Yes, Inazuma was facing many great crises at that time.
Hampir tergoda.
Some were local in
Oh, berarti nggak gacha ya itu ya?
while others,
Lah aku pas dapatnya si Noel.
now fallen kingdom of Kanria.
Siapa ya?
The
Noel
disaster in Inazuma caused me great concern. I felt that I had to
Barbara
step in
ya?
before it
Atau
was
lupa
too
aku.
late. Otherwise, it would spread to all of Tevat.
Kan dapatnya dari situ.
Kitsune Saiku reassured me that I had nothing to worry about. She would shoulder the responsibility of protecting Inazuma.
Oh, gacha
and
senjatanya.
mobilize all forces at her disposal to combat the threat. I could tell that, although neither of us acknowledged it, we both knew that the road ahead would likely end in tragedy.
So, Inazuma was attacked at the same time as when the disaster happened in Kanria?
Indeed. Countless monsters suddenly appeared throughout all of Inazuma. In the end, Kitsune Saigu sacrificed her life to protect the people. I never had the chance to see her one last time. But I would like to believe that she kept her promise to me until the very last. But even then, Inazuma was left more devastated than we could have ever imagined. Those terrible tragedies left great wounds that are still felt to this day, both on the land itself and in my heart. Yes. For the longest time, I couldn't bring myself to face the pain of that loss. all my martial might was in vain. Though I could conquer Tatarigami and vanquish monsters, I was helpless against the ravages of time, powerless to keep the ones I cherished alive. But after my clash with human ambition, I thought long and hard. Now I realize I cannot fixate on the past forever. When I traveled around Inazuma with you, I caught
Mancing, Bang, jangan lupa.
the nation has progressed over the centuries.
Oke.
A glimpse of human potential.
Nanti kalau setelah
Far exceeded my
inilah,
expectations. Moving forward,
kalau udah
inevitable further loss.
apa itu?
Also, new encounters. Just think of that.
Pas ini udah nge-live-nya selesai, aku mancing dulu dah.
He still chose to keep fighting for the sake of
Yang penting ini kan, yang penting
those who sacrificed themselves
apa itu?
back then, gave their lives
Umpannya yang ungu semua kan itu, yang gede-gede itu.
perhaps the future they were hoping for.
Story quest Zhongli jangan lupa. Kalau itu malah udah dari kemarin, Bang. Quest Zhongli. Yang ngebuka ini kan, ngebuka Boss Weekly.
Of the past, who spilled your blood on this land. Your noble souls now rest in this earth. I will never forget you, and all that you did for Inazuma.
He's taking all this pretty hard.
Oke. Berarti nge-craft dulu ya. Biar ini, nambahin ini. Nanti. Iya, yang ini udah kelar. Nah, aku sukanya Raiden ini lah. Terus dikasih apa itu? Hero lain kan pasti dia nambahin ini kan.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Cek aja senjata The Charge.
Shine down.
Senjata siapa itu, Bang?
Illusion shattered.
Something seems wrong with A.
Buat Sangling bisa, buat Raiden bisa. Oh. Oke.
Why would you ask that?
Well, usually you'd pull out your sword and swish, vaporize them all in one go. No?
You are unduly concerned.
Nah, ini kan siapa tahu besok baca Raiden langsung
Although
dapat.
I have some understanding of the situation already, it could take an unexpected turn at any time. I must be prepared for anything. If there are more formidable monsters lying in wait in this area, I must make sure I have the strength to face them.
Ah, makes sense. Spoken like a seasoned shogun. The roots seem
Yang biru itu ya? Yang di
definitely need to tell the Yashiro Commission about
di mana sih? Di Liwe ya?
the same light is leaking out again.
Ininya, penukarannya.
Furuyama? Is that you?
Oh iya, aku juga baru keinget dong. Reputasi ya.
Fighting a battle in a distant land.
Fighting a battle in a distant
Oh iya ding. Oh benar-benar Najuma.
talking about 500 years ago too.
Allow me to introduce Furuyama.
Oh iya, bener di Najuma, Bang.
And a member of my retinue.
Baru ingat.
Furuyama is
Di Liwe itu tadi
in his ability
ini keingetnya reputasi.
He brews some of the very finest tea in all of Inazuma.
Your Excellency, you shower me with praise undeserved.
I have simply had the good fortune to be in your Excellency's presence long enough to become acquainted with all the skills that are required of me. It sounds like the almighty Shogun has brought a guest. I'm afraid I'm unable to serve you any respectable refreshments on account of the current situation, but please, sit and rest. After all, it's quite a mess out there.
What should we do? Oh, yeah. Sheesh. There's monsters everywhere out there. It's pitch black and loads of people have been injured.
I see. So, they have fought their way this far already. Most of the residents in this neighborhood have already escaped. They wanted to take me with them, but it seemed rather pointless to me. So, I decided to stay. And now the almighty Shogun is here, I have even less reason to run away. Imagine if this was something that even the almighty Shogun was powerless to resolve. Where could I possibly run to then? People flee out of a desire to live on, and the desire to live on stems from a feeling of having unfinished business in life. But me, I have no such thoughts, and I have no regrets. The almighty Shogun often speaks to me about her dreams over tea. Just listening to her stories. I've been blind for many years, but her vivid descriptions took me on a splendid journey to all the most beautiful places in Inazuma. Over time, I've come to understand her mindset. Quite the romantic at heart, a true dreamer. One thing she always says is, good things don't last forever. Everything changes, fades, disappears completely over the passage of time. And so, people must make the most of the life they have, seize the chance to enjoy it while it lasts, and have no regrets in the end. So you see, as bleak as things may be now, I have experienced countless wonderful things in life, and have no reason not to be satisfied.
Perhaps you are right.
It won't be long now before I have to say goodbye to the almighty Shogun for the last time. What a pity. I'll never get to see what Inazuma looks like after the almighty Shogun rebuilds it anew. But I suppose it doesn't matter. Everyone says that Inazuma has turned dark now. But to me, it went dark a long time ago. Once this catastrophe is over, life is sure to spring forth anew. But even if I survived until then, I'd probably be a hopelessly befuddled old so-and-so by then. So, never mind, eh? Oh, goodness me. Speaking of befuddled, look at me rambling away to my heart's content and forgetting to serve the tea. The almighty Shogun comes to visit and I don't have the tea ready. A truly egregious loss of decorum. One moment, I'll just... Where in the world is the tea set? I hope the others didn't smash it to smithereens in their hasty departure.
Can't see a tea set anywhere around here.
Really? But it's always been right by my side. Goodness gracious, what a fool I'm making of myself. I couldn't possibly have my guests fetch it themselves. That would be most discourteous indeed.
Don't worry about it. Take a rest. We'll be back right away.
Almighty Shogun, you're not going too, are you? No, no, no. Your humble servant implores you, not with the war raging outside.
This place is complicated. It's quite unlike the tea house in your memories. Leave it to us.
But... Well, okay. I never thought I'd see the day that I need the almighty Shogun to personally collect my tea sets. I can't decide whether it's a final regret or a final stroke of good fortune.
Where should we go to find a tea set? Having a cup of tea isn't exactly the most urgent thing to do right now, but at the same time...
I'm also feeling very nostalgic for his tea.
It's the Traveler. And the almighty Shogun. How might I be of assistance, Your Excellency?
I wish to borrow a tea set from the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, sure. I'll fetch that for you right away. Please step into the courtyard and have a rest, almighty Shogun. Oh, and I'll inform my lord about your visit immediately. Ah, and the tea set. I'll bring that here as soon as it's ready.
Be at ease. I'm not here to see Commissioner Kamisato. Actually, I'd prefer to spend this time chatting with the traveler. Please, fetch the tea set at your convenience.
No. I am your humble servant. I daren't think of my own convenience when the almighty Shogun graces me with her presence. I'll deal with it right away.
Well, it's not often we have the chance to chat. I'm sure you must have a lot of questions.
Right. Paimon wanted to ask that too. The almighty Shogun that he described didn't sound anything like you at all.
I seldom had the time to drink tea. Any free time I had was spent practicing martial arts. So, in the vast majority of cases, the one he made tea for was the former Electro Archon, who was also my sister, Raiden Makoto. He may well have had an inkling about there being two Raiden Shoguns, but he always acted as if he was completely unaware of it. The philosophy of life that he shared with us just now, that was Makoto's view on reality. She always saw things that way.
You and Makoto had pretty different views, huh?
Indeed we did. It was the biggest difference between us. In her eyes, the most precious things in this world were dreams. They are similar, but not identical. When you came charging into the plane of Euthymia, I saw human aspirations light up the sky far above in the
Lah
form
ini
of
si A ini bukan Raiden Shogun kah?
This
Kok A?
somewhat shook me. Now, it seems like she was right, while I took the wayward path.
Wow. There sure was a lot going on beneath the surface.
Makoto saw a bigger picture than I did. In her view, a dream is more imaginary, more abstract than an ambition. An ambition is a yearning for something material, or a
Itu yang asli, sedangkan Raiden itu boneka.
and will be
Oh,
replaced by a new ambition in due course. Makoto was more concerned with the force that drives humans to constantly generate new ambitions in the first place. It is something innate, rooted in instinct. In other words,
ya tadi bukan dari ini kan? Kok ada dua Raiden Shogun ya?
to put it simply, Makoto wasn't concerned about outcomes. I didn't understand at the time.
Oh, paham
How
maksudnya
can we
ini.
say that we are maintaining eternity when things are constantly moving forward and evolving? I suppose what it comes down to is the definition of eternity she set out with. Yes, it does. I always thought that she must have grasped some elusive, arcane wisdom to arrive at the conclusions she did. But in the last analysis, Makoto's philosophy was, on the surface at least, an elegantly simple one. Notwithstanding that it was also the more prudent choice, based on a more mature, far-sighted outlook.
Do you feel you're starting to understand her better now?
You have already witnessed my previous views on eternity. But now, I no longer cling to what was lost. I suppose that means our
Dari mukanya aja udah beda ya.
Almighty Shogun.
Ini terlalu lugu
I found
tapi
a tea set. This
Raidennya.
one in particular should be fit for your excellency's use.
It's quite beautiful. Thank you.
You are too kind. A humble servant such as I does not deserve the gratitude of the Almighty Shogun.
It's all good, sir. She's actually pretty chill.
Let us return. We ought not keep Furuyama waiting too long.
Furuyama.
Where'd he go? He wouldn't have gone looking for a tea set himself, would he?
Or perhaps the ley lines did not have the power to sustain him for very long. As was the case with the memory we saw earlier.
So we won't get to drink his tea? We didn't even have a chance to say goodbye.
The information held in the ley lines is complex and disorderly. The fact that we were able to meet him to begin with was a miracle of fate. Well, this chance won't come often, and we do have a tea set. Perhaps I should try my hand at making us a pot of tea. I've watched Furuyama brew tea on many occasions. I doubt I should have any major problems doing it myself. The tea is ready. Please give it a try. So many thoughts were racing through my head as I was brewing it. I'm not sure how to explain it. You're right. But the things we've seen today have brought back many memories for me. I've been reminded of many people, too. Kitsune Saigu, Makoto, and all the other friends who I watched pass even further back. Back at the Yashiro Commission, I kept the conversation reasonably lighthearted. But now, I'd like to broach a heavier topic, if I may. The events of 500 years ago not only robbed me of my friend, Kitsune Saigu, they also took Makoto away from me, for good.
She died in that disaster too?
Yes. She went to Conria alone, without telling me. Unlike me, Makoto was no martial artist. Whenever similar crises had arisen in the past, I was always the one to face them in her stead. But this time, the circumstances were so grave that Makoto had no choice but to leave me behind. Or perhaps it was more that she went ahead of me. Yes. It was too late. I arrived only in time to hear her dying breath. She had already lapsed into unconsciousness by that point, so all I could do was enter into her mind. As far as you're concerned, it would be somewhere similar to the plane of Euthymia. It was
Ngeri ya. Ini dublingnya yang Inggris ya. Emang bener-bener ngeresapin aja.
I cried bitterly. Even in those final moments, I couldn't understand her actions. Why did she go to Conria first, and not I? Why did she keep me in the dark about it? Was it to shield me? It was there and then that I resolved to pursue eternity. As a testament to that decision, I saved her realm of consciousness just before it collapsed completely and brought it back to Inazuma.
That's quite a story.
When I returned to Inazuma, I was shocked to find that a great sakura tree had appeared on Mount Yogo. The tree, that's exactly what everyone back then told me as well. That it had existed since time immemorial. They were so matter-of-fact about it, and couldn't at all understand what I was so surprised about. No one questioned it, and yet its presence contrasted so starkly with the area as I remembered it. It seemed as if I was the only one to have noticed it appear suddenly out of thin air. In the end, I simply had to accept that it was a miraculous effect of Makoto's consciousness. With the help of the sacred Sakura's power, I was finally able to overcome the monsters and quell the disaster in Inazuma.
This is all really hard to understand. Kinda beyond Paimon's level.
Yes. She had such a great love for this land and for its people. In this respect, I still do not compare to her. I once told myself that I would never speak of these events again. Facing the fact that she is gone is unbearably painful. But even the tea that is most bitter to the tongue, once swallowed, leaves some sweetness in the throat. And it's time I came to terms with it all.
While we're on the topic, since you experienced that battle in person...
Sister? I had heard that you were looking for your family. You mean to say that she was somehow involved in the Conria disaster?
Based on what we've learned so far, it seems so, yeah.
I'm sorry. I wasn't there for the whole thing. By the time I arrived, the worst of the fighting was already over. And also, my mind was consumed entirely with the plight of Inazuma and the fate of those closest to me. So, I am afraid I can't help you.
Oh, well, that's a shame. But it can't be helped, I guess. Boy, both of you have experienced great tragedy.
With this last cup of tea, let us honor the Tea Master's memory. Thank you, Destiny, for giving us the chance to meet again.
We should go. Let's keep following the traces.
Very well. Based
Wih,
on my
dikit
investigation
lagi
so far,
4-4
I
nih.
believe this next pack of monsters should be the last.
Lanjutkan penelusuran jejaknya.
What they do this time?
Gimana nih? Oh ini.
Once again, please leave them to me.
Hey, hey, are you sure you're all right? You're scaring us.
Fear not. Fighting is what I do best. Shine down.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. Illusion shattered. Transcend all constraints.
Fuck. Alah. Oh, berarti emang kayak gitu ya? Dibantu nanti.
Maybe you should leave this one to us.
My apologies.
Don't worry about it. Just take a breather and get your strength back. We'll deal with the monsters.
Lah tadi baru muncul loh. Mau juga aku ulti tadi.
Look, that's the same light again.
Mau juga aku mau ku ulti tadi malah ini.
Where am I? Who are you? Almighty Shogun, you're here too. Are you injured?
Emang kayak gini mungkin ya?
I'm quite all right. Just feeling a little stiff.
We, the Shogunate Samurai, will defend the Shogun until the very end.
Come on, men. They're coming back for more. Let's get them.
Don't! It's too dangerous.
Danger is our duty, man. If we were the kinds to shy away from danger, we never would have taken up arms to begin with.
No need to worry, Almighty Shogun. When the situation looks bleak, we will draw on the power granted to us by the gods.
Is that a vision?
It certainly is. I know the gods are omnipotent, and their willingness to grant their power to humans means they have high expectations for us. If the Almighty Shogun is in trouble, now of all times is the moment for us to honor that.
Nah tadi kalau nggak ada animasi ini, ulti langsung ini dong, langsung kelar tadi. Baru juga aku mau ulti kan tadi, terus ketangkap tadi loh.
This hope is the light that will guide us out from the darkness.
Everyone on me.
We'll help you.
Ya kan, berarti emang dibantu.
Affirmative, but watch your backs.
Protect the Almighty Shogun.
Loh. Oh iya. Masih pakai ini ya. Emang dibantu berarti.
It seems like their attacks are finally over.
I've never fought so fiercely before.
Thank you all.
Are you okay? Maybe you should keep resting.
I'm fine. I feel much better already.
You fought phenomenally. It was truly awe-inspiring. The monsters will definitely come back. When they do, it'll be more than a few Rift Hounds this time. Quickly, escort Her Excellency back to Inazuma City, and regroup with the General's forces as soon as possible.
When everyone sees the almighty Shogun safely returning, their spirits will be lifted.
Well, what are you guys gonna do?
We will stay here and guard against the monsters' advance. We cannot afford to let them get any further. We are brothers in arms. As long as we stick together, we can face any number of monsters that come our way.
Just leave it to us. Fighting is what we do best. But the almighty Shogun is the only one of us with the power to change the present state of affairs. Only Her Excellency can turn back the tide of despair and lead us onward into the future. No matter what kind of threat faces Inazuma, we will always place our faith in the almighty Shogun.
Oh. Thank you all very much. I promise you that I will create a bright future for Inazuma. I should not have left it this late to make this promise. But from this moment forth, know that I shall be true to my word.
Don't worry, Your Excellency. We will never doubt your word as long as we live. With you leading us, we will claim back everything that Inazuma has lost.
Glory to the Shogun!
Glory to the Shogun!
They're gone.
Story Raiden kah mas? Iya mas. Lagi story Raiden yang kedua nih. Bre. Story Char yang di Semeru itu banyak yang sedih. Kalau story si menurutku yang di Semeru yang paling kena. Oh. Tapi ini ya panjang-panjang gitu ya kayak di Semeru. Tapi enggak ding, semua panjang-panjang ding.
Whatever I say to them is meaningless, because they are but disembodied memories held in the ley lines. But even so,
ini kan karena ini juga kan. Apa story karakter ya ibaratnya ya.
Well, Paimon thinks that even if it's a few hundred years later, you're doing right by them now, and that's what counts.
Thank you for your comforting words. But
ya segitu semua Bre, di Semeru banyak perpisahan. Oh gitu. Halo, halo Bang. Halo. Non name anjir.
That I was first and foremost a warrior, and my only duty was to face whatever challenge came my way. But what Inazuma needs more than a warrior is someone like Makoto. Even though I am utterly unlike Makoto and can never become the person she was.
Akun keberapa?
I still need to do
Akun yang keberapa anjir?
Yes.
Akun yang pertama kali aku main.
Strong and resilient and have much to be proud of. As the Raiden Shogun they revere.
Baru main aku, Bang. Baru main Genshin ini.
Well said. Sounds to Paimon like you figured things out.
Change will come to Inazuma.
Masih unyu-unyu. Belum tahu apa itu Genshin Impact ibaratnya. Cara mainnya juga belum tahu.
No matter how long it takes, I am committed to bringing this to fruition. This is my promise. Now that we've dealt with the Rift Hounds, this matter is halfway resolved.
Tapi kalau lihat story Archon, sorry, Fountain yang paling bagus untuk saat ini. Oh. Nah, tapi story Archonnya yang Fountain kan belum kesana ini ya. Kan story yang Archan yang ini tadi belum sampai ke fonten.
Paimon bets her emotions must
Aku dulu lupa ya ke fonten itu karena apa.
She seems to have changed a lot since we last met her.
Kok bisa sampai ke sana gitu loh maksudnya.
Wrong, eh? Come on, keep up. What's going on? Are you feeling unwell again?
My body. I can't move it. It looks like the situation is more serious than I thought.
Iya belum kesana tapi seru dah. Archan Fontaine itu paling peduli sama rakyatnya. Oh iya kah? Karena ini ya, dia kota laut ya ibaratnya.
Can you help me walk? I need to go to the cave below the Grand Narukami Shrine.
Bisa nyelam gitu tanpa ini ya.
A battleground. One where I shall sever ties with the past and take the first steps into the future.
Pokoknya cepet-cepet ke sana. Lah ini aja belum selesai loh. Di Semeru aja baru aja tadi. Loh, bukan itu toh. Lebih rendah. Suruh masuk sini. Nah mana? Nggak ada ID-nya dong. Pakai batu ini bisa pak? Anjir. Pohon yang ini di mana? Kok nggak ada di sini? Buat masuk di situ? Itu atas kepalamu. Mana bang? Ke langit. Oh iya. Anjir, mending tele aja dah. Mana tadi? Mana kok nggak ada? Iya kah? Emang harus naikin gitu ya? Siapa ini? Siapa lagi nih Ayato ini? Malah hilang dong questnya anjir. Anjir. Tadi di mana ya? Di belakang pohon sakura. Mana? Rumah tadi? Kok nggak ada? Oh lah iya, aku tadi ngamnya sini. Tahu aku, maksudnya tahu. Iya, maksudnya tahu aku. Cuma cara kesininya tadi yang nggak tahu, Bang. Tadi cuma masuknya sini nggak tahu.
We're finally here. The entrance should be nearby.
Whoa! Where'd the Torii gate come from?
It's getting worse again. But it's fine. I'm about to put an end to it all. This is a place I once sealed off with my own hands. The entrance to Raiden Makoto's realm of consciousness. It looks like she will no longer allow me to do with this body As I please.
Huh? What are you talking about? And who is she? Makoto?
Follow me.
Where are we going? I'm dizzy. Where did we get sucked into this time? Whoa. This place. Look over there. It's another A.
We meet again, traveler. This body is
Oh,
an
ini
assistant
ya.
to the one within, but it is also the guardian of the rules.
Masih setia nunggu Bebep tidur kah?
Stray from the rules. This
Bebep
body
siapa
should
itu,
stand in
anjir?
her way.
Wait. Someone knows that voice. Is that the puppet?
You have wandered the realm in my body, and you appear to have grasped the true essence of eternity. You believe your present self has greater certainty than your former self. Thus, you believe your present self is correct, don't you? But have you really
Maksudnya
been
gimana,
enlightened with
eh?
new ideas? Or have you
Masih
been
setia
defeated
nunggu Bebep
by
tidur?
irreversible erosion? I'm here to show you
Bebep
my
siapa?
answer. We are both warriors, and the dialogue we must now have shall be conducted by the blade alone.
Wait. The atmosphere in here just took a turn for the worse. Are you alright now?
The discomfort I was experiencing earlier was caused by the Shogun rejecting my continued use of her body. As she indicates, once I started entertaining the idea of change, I became hostile in her eyes. But inside of
Bukan gak nyambung ya? Lah, ini bang, lu tahu-tahu ngomong masih setia nunggu Bebep tidur kah? Maksudnya gimana?
When necessary, she
Nggak ada sangkut pautnya gitu loh. Bebep siapa maksudnya? Ini kah? Bebep Raiden Shogun?
The rules I set for the Shogun are... No. The Shogun herself is the manifestation of my past ideals. The very foundation stone of eternity. It shall not be easily swayed. I would not try to change her if it wasn't necessary.
Isn't there any other way? Can't you talk it through or something? But they both just want the best for Inazuma.
My form is a symbol of supreme majesty, in which has been vested power over all the realm. It is the cohesive embodiment of all that constitutes the Raiden Shogun. It inherits Ei's pain, the pain of inevitable loss that comes as she moves forward. So too does it inherit her determination to reach eternity. Every action undertaken is for the sake of resisting erosion. Determination, courage, love, hatred, all of these will be degraded.
Ini ngelawan Raiden Shogun sama-sama ini ya?
Only rules shall remain constant for eternity. Those were my thoughts when I created you. Now, they are towering obstacles that I have no choice but to overcome. You wish to make yourself my enemy? I am your past, the everlasting law, the guardian of eternity.
Masa lalumu, hukum abadi, pelindung.
I am she who promised a dream to her subjects. Raiden A. In the end, even the proud and mighty Oni maiden was cut down and disgraced.
Pakai pedang sama ini dong.
Though your blade has been cleansed of her blood and filth, never shall it shine as brightly as it once did.
Oh, kok gampang? Ininya, tak kira kayak nunggu kayak kemarin.
There is no escape.
Oh, bisa nangkis ya? Cara nangkisnya gimana?
Inferior. Torn to oblivion. Weak. Illusion shattered. Absurd. The eye sweet of the land. The pitiless sakura blossoms that once filled the skies fell to the ground as pitch black rain. As long as the ley lines glow, the relentless erosion of time
Anjir
will never
ngisi
stop.
darah ini dong.
There is no escape. Pathetic. Torn to oblivion. Shine down. The divine lightning that envelops all of Inazuma will fade silently into the clouds. There shall never be another. Never. For the rest of time. Inazuma shines eternal. Inferior. Be gone. Weak. Pathetic. Shine down. Only emptiness awaits.
Have you finally defeated her?
Ternyata salah.
It appears
Kebalik.
your martial
Oh enggak.
prowess has not done.
Tak kira salah.
But how long can your will remain strong?
Oh ibaratnya ultinya ada di
This realm of
si
consciousness,
A ini ya.
resistance is tenacious indeed. She was built to resist erosion. Her will is stronger than any other living beings, including you and me.
Then, does that mean this is gonna be a never-ending battle?
Maybe. But I have to prove to her that my present will is no product of erosion. The future I shall forge will be a grand undertaking, one that will be resistant to erosion. If I don't do this, the Shogun's rules can never change, and Inazuma can never move forward. This is my duty. No matter how long this battle may last, months, years, centuries, and no matter how many times we must fight, I will defeat her. 500 years ago, humanity proved
Dengan
their
kekuatan
strength
mereka
in
dalam
battle.
pertempuran.
Here in the present, they rely on their ambition to challenge wayward practices, tear them out like the diseased wood of an old sakura tree, so that new, healthy branches might spring to life in their place. It is about time that I learn to trust them. I understand that. But if the dreams of which Makoto spoke are true eternity, a short moment for which the Shogun does not exist is nothing to fear. I fight for the everlasting future of Inazuma. However long the battle may last, it is but a drop in the ocean of eternity. I vow to the subjects of Inazuma that I shall one day return. This is my oath. Please, be my witness. During my absence, I place everything in Miko's hands.
But this means that...
Pass on my words.
Oke, kayaknya udah selesai ini ya. Udah ngelawan si Raiden.
Like we got kicked out. Oh, what do we do? Are we really just gonna leave A and the Shogun to keep on duking it out?
Oh, belum selesai.
She was making sense, and maybe this is the only way to change the Shogun's rules, but still... Right? Also,
Oh, ronde
A can be
kedua.
pretty stubborn at times, and has a history of rushing into difficult situations. friend in there? Or, help her win the fight? Well, whatever. We can't let anything bad happen to A while she's in there. Oh, but we also can't get in there anymore. Okay, well, first things first. We gotta find a way back in. Oh, come on, brain juice. Don't feel Paimon now. Okay, maybe if we both ran into it at the same time really, really hard. Oh, you're right. Paimon nearly forgot about her. Who knows if she really understands these consciousness realm playing thingies more than we do, but there's no one else we can turn to. All right, up the mountain we go.
Someone's not in the best of moods. Let me guess. You're all tangled up in another situation and need me to unravel it for you. I hope you realize how lucky you are. If it was anyone else, I don't think I'd have the patience to keep greeting them with a smile after the first few times.
But you're always smiling.
That was a figure of speech, do you understand? Nitpicking my turns of phrase. The sheer audacity.
Oh, yeah. Something really big's happened. It's A. She...
Oh, okay, I see. So, A's decided to palm Inazuma off on the humans, while she goes off on her own to fight a fierce battle that doesn't even have an end date. Impossibly stubborn. Jumps straight to the most extreme course of action imaginable, presumes her sheer will can see her through, despite a near impossible goal that requires nothing short of the very peak of her abilities. Yes, that sounds like A all right. You know as well as I do that she's always been like this. Why start fretting about it now? Rushed into it without thinking. Well put. Oh, she acts like such a child sometimes. So you seem to be under the impression that I am able to offer some sort of help? Who gave you that idea?
Is she playing dumb? She's doing this on purpose, for sure.
Uh-huh. You're learning, little one. But really, the truth of the matter is that I don't know much more about Raiden Makoto's realm of consciousness than you do. All I know is that it's the foundation of the sacred Sakura, and from what I've heard, it's a little different from A's plane of euthymia.
Because Raiden Makoto is no longer alive?
Not just because of that. The nature of the space itself is different in some way. But I can only speculate. You're the ones who have actually been there, so you tell me. What was it like? Anyway, we needn't worry about the details too much. It'll just be a little difficult to explain things later on, that's all. First things first. Follow me to the entrance.
Kembali ke pintu masuk alam rahasia. Oke, siap. Terima kasih udah mampir. Siap, Madeva?
I always have my ways. It's just a question of how crafty I need to be. To the outsider, the realm of consciousness is a very abstract concept. Luckily, I'm A's familiar, so I can sense her rough whereabouts. In other words, even though I can't pinpoint the exact spatial location of this realm, I can still send you to where A is.
So, it's abstract, but has a location, but you don't know where it is, but you can still send us there. What?
Yes, no need to try and understand it. Let me put this simply. Right now, she is surrounded by chaos. Everything is turbulent and disordered. If you try to force your way in, you could be swept away by a giant wave that sets you down in an unknown corner of space-time. This is precisely why when entering the plane of euthymia, It's much safer if you place your consciousness in a physical object first.
What? Alright, well, Paimon, stay here then. You two can go in.
Suit yourself. Worst case scenario, all we stand to lose is A. So what's the big deal?
Paimon's had it up to here with both of you! Oh, fine. Paimon's coming too.
Nah ini karakter yang aku suka ini di Genshin Impact ya.
Now, I shall send you on your way.
Ya Miko. Cuma kurang gede aja sih.
I say. Oh, nothing. It just seems extraordinarily chaotic, that's all. My suspicions have been confirmed. By the way, remember to focus constantly on your heartfelt wishes when you enter inside. Only a strong enough will can prevent you from being swallowed by the giant waves of abstract space. Only if you are strong enough can I deliver you to the right destination. Well then, the door's open. Hop on in. I'll stay outside and provide what stability I can. I'll be ready to respond if anything happens. I'm placing my god in your capable hands. For my sake and for Inazuma's, please. Bring her back.
Miko, you better know what you're doing.
That's enough chatter. Get to work.
Oh, kembali ke masa ini ya. 500 tahun yang lalu berarti.
Only if you are strong enough can I deliver you to the right destination.
Huh? How can this be? You have returned. But how were you able to get back in? And how come you have not changed at all in all these years? This is a duel to remember. It is as if we have returned to the moment when the laws of eternity were first established. Your will today is as strong as it was back then. Over countless battles, not once have you lost, and never have you shown the slightest hesitation. Had I made all enemies of eternity stand against you, you still would not have wavered. For your firm commitment to enforcing the rules, you have my admiration too. You bring honor to the title of Guardian of Eternity. Now these two return once more to this space. An inevitability of fate, perhaps. Then, let this be our final duel. The conclusion to that which began 500 years ago. Final duel? So you're finally willing to... Stand back, traveler. I'm going to be the start of something new. The time our duels took to fight was long enough to witness the rise and fall of nations. The energy they consumed, great enough to vaporize the oceans and turn day into night. And the will they denied, sufficient to penetrate minds and crush dreams. Yet, you have endured. I will endure forever. Perish! Superior! Shine down! Witness the final calamity!
Apa itu?
The will I carry
Banjir.
with me will never be eroded nor destroyed. Eternity is in my hands. There is no escape. This is the end. You have won. I believed you were incapable of transcending the past. But it seems my belief was baseless, and I underestimated your spirit. But a will that cannot be eroded has no way to embrace the future. You need not worry about the future. And you aren't alone. I know your power more than anyone else. Had I relied upon my strength alone, I would have lost this duel for sure. Yet, my reason for fighting redefined my martial prowess and redrew my limits. I now carry the gaze of the myriad of expectant eyes that look to the light in the heavens. And whenever I think of this, I feel something stirring within Muso Ishin. The blade that I inherited from Makoto seems to be trying to guide me, to encourage me. I noticed it also. Just now in the heat of battle, it seemed to unleash a new and unfamiliar power. This power is beyond the limits of my understanding. This blade belonged to Makoto. Perhaps it can only respond to me with its full power when I truly understand and believe in her. When I clasped Muso Ishin in my hands, I had the feeling that she was by my side once again. It was at once a familiar feeling and a strange one. Makoto barely wielded a blade in her life, and yet her blade brings me closer to her. You have my approval. Your present will is not the product of erosion. I shall no longer stop you from attempting to modify the rules. From this day forth, this body will remain your assistant. I won't design any more rules that can never be changed. You used to represent my past, but from today onward, you are me. Makoto never saw me as a fearless weapon. Likewise, I should not regard you as a mere tool. You truly have changed. I suppose this is what humans call growth. I understand. I shall become your shadow, just as you were once Makoto's shadow. The duties I perform will not change. But as a warrior, I look forward to the chance to fight like this again in the future. Do you say this because you have not yet reconciled yourself with your defeat? It was simply a new experience for me. One that is worth reliving.
Have you finished fighting then? Like, for real this time?
Hello, A. And greetings, those who have come to bear witness. I am Raiden Makoto, the previous Electro Archon, who failed in my duties and left you all to pick up the pieces.
Makoto?
I'm so happy. You've come so far. I always knew you would make it here in the end. I left a faint fragment of my will in Muso Ishin, so that in the moment that you unleashed its full power, I too would be released. A
convoluted way to reach you, but... well, you held such deeply entrenched views at the time that you wouldn't have listened to a word I said. There was no time to wait for you to have a change of heart. Please forgive me. All I could do was find some way to wait until you came to me. But... you never mentioned this to me. Everything happened so suddenly. I'm sorry. I've always felt terrible for having to entrust Inazuma to you all of a sudden. I should have been the one to impart these ideas to you, a little at a time, to dissuade you from your pursuit of stillness. Did you know what was about to happen in Conria? I had some sense of it. That place was not somewhere that any Archon could afford to ignore. In my present form, I can no longer perceive time. I don't know how long we have been separated before this reunion, and I don't know what Inazuma has experienced in the meantime. But I know that this must have been an extremely arduous journey for you. And I'm sure you must have wanted to shed tears many times along the way. Don't look down on me. See? You admit it. It was with this possibility in mind that I left a parting gift for you. Something to soothe Inazuma's pain. Here, take it, before my last shred of consciousness fades away. But it is you who must take the most important step.
The light turned into a seed?
The miracle tree that blesses the people, in this moment new to the world and yet to be known. When to plant it, where it shall bloom. She who brings it into being must let her heart and dreams decide. Grant it life, eh? Is it really? Eternity extends time into infinity. Dreams illuminate each moment within. When both shine in unison, the sacred Sakura blooms from the darkness, finally free from the clutches of the heavenly principles. Now the nightmare has dissipated, and reality is made whole. The vision we both yearn for is still further ahead. My only regret is that I cannot witness Inazuma's future, nor can I walk this journey with you. Do you know, A? I am so happy right now, because my final wish has now come true. Your polearm once protected me from countless calamities. For this, I've always felt indebted to you. Though I could never repay you in full, this sacred Sakura will buy you some time until you are ready to awaken and embrace the new. What do you think? Did it do the trick? This time, it really is goodbye, eh? Goodbye, Makoto.
So the A of the present planted the sacred Sakura in the realm of consciousness, and it took root in the Inazuma of the past. No matter what you make of it, it's quite incredible.
All of this is thanks to Makoto's power. Her understanding of eternity is much more profound than mine. Eternity is a concept intimately connected with time. When you begin to touch on eternity, the concept of time becomes murky.
A place where time is meaningless and cannot be understood with ordinary logic. Huh, so that was the turbulence I was sensing. Perhaps that is the reason why you were able to return precisely to this point in time without any problems. And yet, that sense of disorderliness has now completely disappeared.
I don't fully understand yet. But my intuition tells me that the reason for everything, it's that seed.
Well, I'm not convinced that it was Makoto's power alone.
I know what you mean. Perhaps a higher power really was involved in all of this. But whatever the explanation, her solution is what saved us all. Without the sacred Sakura, Inazuma would likely have been completely swallowed up centuries ago by that disaster and the filth.
I know you've always perceived there was something special about the sacred Sakura, but to me, it has always been there. You've tried in the past to prove to me that there's a connection between the sacred Sakura and Makoto's consciousness, but unfortunately, you never did persuade me, did you?
No. But I understand why now. It was because the sacred Sakura hadn't even been planted then.
But don't you think that tree looked a lot different than how it does now?
The sacred Sakura is within my purview at the shrine, so obviously I get to prune it exactly how I like it.
Ugh. Now we see who's pulling the strings.
I'm joking. That tree has been through a lot since it first sprouted. We have the loving care of Kitsune over the ages to thank for how it appears today. And obviously I played my part too. It's fair to say that very little time passed between the moment you came out of that realm and the moment you re-entered it. But in that same time, centuries of battling took place on the inside, did it not? Traveler, if I'm guessing correctly, you were repeating your wishes to yourself in your mind, weren't you? At that time, I could sense A's whereabouts, but I also sensed anomalies in the flow of time within that space. Suffice to say, time added a whole new dimension to our search. Simply establishing a location was not sufficient. Fortunately, your will was strong enough that the turbulence carried you to the moment in time most likely to be the intersection of all that you were wishing for. The flow of turbulence may well have been influenced by Makoto, but it took everyone's efforts combined to ultimately help A. So this time, it looks like thanks are due to you.
Does that mean it wasn't by chance that we ended up at the final duel? We were always meant to be there to witness what was going to happen?
I thought that the flow of time was the same on the inside and the outside, so it was a great shock to me when the traveler reappeared. My first thought was, has a great disaster befallen Inazuma? But it turned out you had come to rescue me. You came for my sake, to help me reach the best possible outcome. You too have my thanks. You have done much for me, and I will never forget it.
A, how are you feeling now?
My body has fully recovered, and the Shogun's will no longer fights against me.
Always thrilled to hear you're in good health. But I was really asking about your emotions. Have you managed to calm down? After all, you saw Makoto in there, didn't you?
I only heard her voice. I wouldn't say I saw her. I'll be fine. It brought a few things back, of course, but I've made my decision to move forward. I have to say, this has reminded me once again just how brilliant Makoto was. She predicted all the ways in which Inazuma's future could unfold, all the way back then. She even factored my immaturity into her plan. It's all thanks to her that Inazuma lived to see this day. I just planted a seed.
Yeah, it was thanks to everything you did that you got to see her again. That's amazing!
Thank you.
Today, at long last, you and Inazuma finally emerge from the shadows cast by the events of centuries past. Makoto and you are Inazuma's past and future, and both are indispensable.
It's rare to hear such comforting words from you. I graciously accept them.
Oh, come on. You only think it's rare because you never used to listen to a word I say.
Makoto said the exact same thing.
Great minds think alike, hmm? I wonder, does that qualify me to, maybe, take the position of Shogun for a couple of days? Actually, no. Forget that. Far more trouble than it's worth.
We will have to end the frivolities there. There is much work to be done. The Shogun and I will closely review the Inazuma of today to find out where things currently stand. Then, we will give careful consideration to the future. After that, I will abolish the Sakoku decree.
Really? That's huge news!
I am no longer pursuing an eternity defined by stasis. In which case, there is no further need to keep the nation under lock and key. I don't doubt that many challenges lie ahead for Inazuma. I'm looking forward to it.
Oke, berarti udah selesai ya?
Hey, traveler! Remember that pit at the bottom of the chasm? You know, the one that the giant pillar smashed into. Paimon took a quick peek before we left last time. There was some kind of light coming from inside. Don't you think that's a little strange? Oh, so you've been wondering about that too, huh? Now that we have some time on our hands, let's go and take another look.
Oke, akhirnya bisa ya. Kayaknya ya. Nih, quest di Champs. Oke deh, mungkin hari ini sampai di sini aja. Berarti besok kita ke mana itu? Ke Champs. Oke guys, terima kasih udah nonton. Terima kasih juga masih stay ini di sini. Airnya juga sekarang udah dapat 44 ya. Ya udah guys, kita lanjut besok ya live-nya. Mungkin ke di Champs dulu ya. Oke guys, terima kasih guys. See ya guys.